loads up
Mm-hmm.
and shows me that magic little number. Hello, hello, hello.
No.
What the hey? What the hell? Let's
Okay.
do this shit. I mean,
Okay. Have I hit something on mine or what?
I'm having a bit of an
Have
interesting night,
I got, have
y'all.
I got, have I got a delay here? There we go. There we go. Okay.
Possibly.
So we
Tomorrow
got
I
like,
get to go see my net kitty again.
oh,
I met him through this whole interactions with the community
okay, yeah,
online
okay.
on Twitter in 19.
Mm-hmm.
And it was what end of 20, beginning of 21 when we both realized that we lived about a half hour apart. So we decided to meet up.
Mm-hmm.
And I've spent enough times meeting up with him over the last couple of years. He's one of the only people. He's the only person aside from my husband and mother to drive my car. If that tells you anything.
Yeah.
So, and I haven't gotten to see him since I had to leave to go help mom and the family out for 7 months. So I can go see one of my buddies again because we got to the point where we were trying to meet up every few weeks. So,
Yeah. Online only works to an extent. You got to actually know.
I mean, one of my best friends in the world is online, but again, he lives in England, so there's not a lot we can do about that. But we talk constantly also. Hello, Real Lad. Please share this out. I've had real issues with YouTube not putting my streams in the algorithm lately. So it would be much, much, much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, I'm sitting here trying to write a poetry timeline of the crap that happened with the lightning strike. So
Let me go and
that's
a
gonna
few
be
things
interesting.
on my side here.
And might be
simulcasting here.
might be a little too you're at almost 430 subs, I think you mean. I think that's what you're talking about. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm almost up to 2,300, but my sub count isn't going up as fast as it was because I haven't been getting in the algorithm lately as much. So it's kind of up and about and running. But
I'm just carpet bombing my feed here. It's like, okay, well,
he's just piggybacking off me because he doesn't have any hours till tomorrow.
And like 5 cents here, 10. Eventually that adds up.
I wanna
actually.
Sorry, I've got wrong things in my head.
We just did a couple of cover versions of Closer.
See,
one of them female bondage type thing, the other one they.
Yeah, that was interesting because I'm very, very much a Halocene fan, and I've talked about that before on this channel. I love the metal and rock versions that she does of different songs, and I love a lot of their original music. And most of the people in our community online here know who Lauren Babick is. She's done music with Eric July. She's a big supporter of Vass and them, so she's one that's closer to the community in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, her and Halocene and another girl, and the husband of one of the girls produced the whole video, and I think he is having a little too much fun. Just saying. It's raunchy.
We are very easy to please in this weird situation too. That's why strip clubs. We don't need to screw the girl. Just show us your tits. We are happy for a week. Okay. Say something not pretty girl says did you do it? No, don't have to. We're very easy. Little ego stroke and we're good.
Yeah, I get what you mean, Real Wade. It just took me a moment to register it because I'm a little tired and slow right now. The last week and a half ever since the strike have been like, it got steadily worse through yesterday, and I'm just starting to feel a little better today.
Yeah, that's something you don't get over.
It's probably, as the doctor said, with that kind of muscle burn, it can take anywhere from 3 to 8 weeks to really start to heal.
I mean, even the Flash didn't jump right up and hey, I'm fine. No, he took a few days.
When I got struck, I felt nothing but numbness for the first couple hours.
Yeah,
it just suddenly felt like my legs went numb and my brain went sleepy.
Well, if nothing else, your entire central nervous system got kind of overloaded from the waist down. So it's like, we're just going to shut down for a while. Otherwise, you'd be screaming, agonizing pain here. So we're just going to.
And my body's always had a high pain resistance?
Not that high. It's okay. We're shutting down for a while. Trust us on this.
I'll just say there's a lot of things. There's no way in hell I should have survived with pain threshold in my life.
Yeah.
Well, again, having clouds around you, having storms around you versus actually having lightning strike and hit you is two entirely different things. When I'm at my mom's place in the mountains, storms and clouds are constant. And we watch the storms all the time under her carport. It's not usually an issue.
Yeah.
And I've been storm chasing and dancing in the rain since I was a little kid.
Yeah.
I've had enough adventures, going out in the backyard and dancing naked in the rain anyway. So we'll leave that for another discussion. But my husband seems to like it when I do that, but that's a whole other discussion too.
Yeah.
But I've been storm chasing and chasing.
One of those, rare tornado warnings up here in Denver area, me and my best friend next door went out to the playground to get up on the side to see if we can see it.
I have this thing about storm chasing and chasing lightning though since I was little, and I've never had any issues with that. I'm under the carport and I get struck.
Yep.
It's like the time I'm actually careful. The time I'm actually careful is when I get hit. Oh, I am very much a storm girl, and the thing is, where I live over here in Iowa, my city where I live is actually the city that got hit worst with the derecho a few years ago. It formed over near where my mom lives on the other side of South Dakota. And by the time it hit Iowa, it was just this massive storm. It was like an inland hurricane. It's really what it was. And it was intense. And a lot of the wind gauges in this area are not designed for that. They broke somewhere around 140 to 160 miles an hour. And these were sustained winds for a long time. We lost most of our tree coverage. There's not a property in the city that didn't take some level of damage. Many took massive levels of damage. I've still got pictures of like silos where the entire steel silos collapsed inward from wind pressure and stuff like that and twisted in a ball. And
well, when you're building a silo in the middle of Iowa, you're not expecting a hurricane.
So, but when that storm hit, I was doing my photography that day. We were supposed to have light rainstorms that afternoon, so I wasn't worried about it. I go out and take my photos and drive home in the rain all the time. I went down to do the eagles and all that down south of us, and then I was going back up to go do the photos and everything up around Pretty Boy, where the elk habitat and all that are to the north of us. And I had just gotten up to where Pretty Boy was, and I was just heading out to do my loop where I zigzag all over the back roads for a while and then head back to the city. And I got a couple miles down the road towards that zigzag, and I literally could hear this voice in my head going, "Go home." I was supposed to stop about a mile and a half past that turnoff towards my house from that direction and go get some gas. I didn't do that. I went straight home full speed. Actually about 5 to 10 over, but that's a whole other discussion. Details. I have a little bit of
not speeding until you're 15 over. Okay. That's the way.
Anyway, I'll put my time.
They'll ignore 5 to 10. Okay.
But so I rushed home from that, and I rushed home, and I pull into the driveway, and I slingshot the car into the garage and close the door. I go inside, run into the bathroom to go get cleaned up real fast from doing all the photography stuff. By the time I left the bathroom, it was black outside, and the weather alarms were going off.
Did you hear freight trains where there are no tracks? That's the one because that's what hurricanes. It sounds like a big old freight train.
It was insane sound, and so I went, okay, the weather alarm's going off. I grabbed my 2 cats from the bedroom, and start to head towards the basement. By the time we got to the basement, we had no power.
Okay.
About 20 seconds after I sat down in the basement, you hear a loud boom. That would be the wind snapping the tree behind my neighbor's house in half and throwing about half of it down between our 2 houses where it got wedged between them.
Better than into the house itself.
It was touching both houses, but it actually did minimal damage. And this was a massive tree. I'm sitting there going, the fact that it kind of went around both houses and landed square between them is
Mhm.
kind of a miracle. But
That's not uncommon with tornadoes. There's plenty of things where one block will be completely wiped out across the street. It's like one house not even touched.
and so when we went through the derecho, I went and stayed with my parents for a few months while my husband was dealing with cleanup in the city and stuff. Because this was also during the COVID era. This was in it was a mess. Because it was in 2020 when all of the crackdowns and lockdowns and all that crap happened. This was August of 2020 when that storm hit.
Yeah.
So it was, everything was crazy. Everything was crazy. But it's like, I've always had kind of this guiding hand where I'm good at dodging the storms, even though they're all around me.
Yeah.
I go up to the city from my mom's place in the mountains, and it's like 80 some miles through the mountains to get back to her house. And there'll be storms everywhere in the mountains on the way back, and you don't have signal most of the mountain range.
Yeah.
And I somehow weave between all the storms, and I'll be driving past like drifts of hailstones, watching it hail out the other side of the car, and I'm fine. This is some weird thing I have this innate ability with. So I'm not usually worried about weather because I'm really good at having weather not hit me.
Until you're in
last Wednesday.
You're just in the carport and like, okay, luck run out time.
So it was so fucking surreal because it was out of the blue, and it was so contrary to my normal experience with weather. Weather and wind. Do you know what my favorite quote through most of my life was out of literature?
What?
Wild nights are my glory. I just got caught in a downdraft and blown off course. Wrinkle in Time.
I haven't read that book in years.
Which kind of gives you a glimpse at me. I was always that crazy nature girl that dances around in the rain and stuff. I get the weirdest looks because I will go out this front door in the rainstorms and I will dance around my driveway in the rain.
Yeah.
And I'm on a busy street. And people will be driving by, look at me like,
she's at it again.
what the fuck is wrong with that woman, right? Hey, Amit, and hey, RC. Mwah. Hi, guys. So it's like this weird thing where I've always been really close to storms. I've always really loved stormy weather and crazy weather. And apparently it decided to love me back a little too affectionately this last time.
Time to really experience.
Time to see if I can fry that leg of yours.
Yeah.
So now I'm
okay, she's standing still. Get her!
So now, because I do little daily speed poems every day. So I have those from the last week and a half anyway. So now I'm trying to write more complex poetry story about what happened with the lightning strike and the processes the body and mind went through over the last week and a half. And hello, Kermit. So yeah, this is me. Me being me. Everything in my life has to be an extreme high or an extreme low. Had to get hit by fucking lightning.
Gives you bragging rights.
In the leg, so at least it didn't hit the heart and the neurosystem for the mind and do more damage to the seizure damage and shit. But
still, you got struck by lightning. Roll with it. Come on.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I got struck by lightning, asshole. Fuck you.
That's the big thing is like I'm doing this and I'm dealing with this. Then these people start whining at me on Twitter. I'm like, bitches, I could take being struck by lightning. What makes you think I give a shit about you?
Lightning!
I'm sorry, Kermit, sweetie. Yeah. So that's to those who haven't been around for the last couple streams I got to do.
That's too bad.
June 14th, I was struck by lightning. Yay, me! My life is
going to be like Kevin Smith and his heart attack. None of that matter for the next 5 years.
Here, Kermit, Amit, add your votes to it. My friends have been voting whether or not this is the start of my origin story for becoming a superhero or a supervillain. So put your votes in.
Should we start a poll?
It's tempting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's tempting. If we can get the viewers to do a poll.
Let me see.
Anyway, I did a proper response to Indy reading my boyfriend app.
Yeah, and I need to go through that when I have time.
It's about an hour. We're not going to pull it up now. It was like, that one's just a go.
And then I thought about it, but the night that happened, I got to help my brother. I got to help my mom. I got to help take care of family. I got all over the hills and the mountains that day. And that is the day that I got the video of the badger falling down the prairie dog hole, that I got a lot of the photos of the coyote actually that actually caught the prairie dog and stuff like that. And all these other things. I'm sitting there going, you know what? It was worth it. Fucking, it was worth it.
Oh.
Is it really weird that I'm not really so much scared by this as I'm impressed at myself and proud that I survived it?
Why not? Take what you get out of it.
You would admit, if it makes you feel any better, that was Anthony's vote too. Fucking Anthony.
No, I did get some pretty good rants in there, especially when it got to the point. Okay, now notice because he has to, because when Indy's doing a thing, he has a little chat, because she goes through Streamlabs, and you do a little chat in the corner there. He had to point. Okay, now notice there, this one asshole down here. Can I swatch your house? It's like, and notice the mods do nothing about it.
Yeah,
went out on that for a while.
It's not so much that I love to fight. It's that I'm too bullheaded to just take it.
Yeah.
And I mean, considering some of the shit that's been said towards me lately, especially like those anti-Christian ones that went after me being Native, and some of the racist shit that she said, and the fact that the, Kick Vic and Me Tooers have picked it up and are siding with the woman who racially attacked me and basically said that if I'm Christian and Native, that I'm guilty of genocide of my own people and all this other shit. So, if anybody questions what kind of people is in that camp, that should give you a clue.
It seems logic has been kind of thrown out the window lately,
Yeah, because harassing somebody for that kind of thing, going, oh, I don't like your faith, so I'm going to harass you racially about what's been done to your family and condemn you for the murders of your own family members. That's really sadistic, sick, racist shit. That really is gross.
Yeah, let's see.
And
one of the things I put in that app is like, okay, put in just fill in space. Put in my DNA answer. What the hell, Because generally when you put on for a dating app, you put in stuff like for conversation starters, icebreaker things. Well, there's something matters.
What if he try to prove that we have a perfect Aryan child? It's like, bitch, if he was really interested in Aryan shit, he wouldn't hang out with me.
Yeah. But like 53%.
No matter how albino I am.
Like 53% Irish, 22%. 53% British English, 22% Irish, like 10% Scottish. Is like 2%. Well, I should be hating myself like nobody's business because the English have fucked over everybody on that island. Okay?
You realize my native side is Lakota and Cherokee. Do you know how much they hate each other?
Yeah.
They had a 600-year war between those two tribes that only ended because they united against the government because of the Trail of Tears.
Yeah, that'll do it.
We still don't get along very well.
It's like, leave it to Andrew Jackson to unite the tribes against the white man.
We still don't exactly get along that well. And that's the thing. The Cherokee and Lakota, the cultures are very diametric and we don't like each other.
It's American
Well, let's put it this way. The Lakota is about as honor-driven, war-based as you can get. And the Cherokee are as close as you get to peacenik, tree-hugging, hippie-free lovers as you get in tribes. So do you think these two get along?
That's why Jackson went after them. They were pushovers.
To a large degree, it was. They were the ones who were more likely.
Take your land here. Oklahoma's nice. Try that.
They were one of the more likely to roll over or to sign an agreement to try not to fight. And it wasn't that they were bad people. It's that their culture was less war-based. It just was. And I sit there and every so often I say something because of one side of the tribal side of the family. And I'm going, and the other side of my family would fucking hate me for that opinion because they don't agree on almost anything. They really, really don't. So it's like two of the most diametric tribes that really don't like each other. But It's interesting is I look the Lakota side. I have the stockier build, the high, strong shoulders, the strong jaw, all that.
Yeah.
I have a Lakota build.
Yeah.
My sister is a tiny little thing who looks like a little Cherokee woman. And we are full-blood sisters. And we look nothing alike. We don't look like we're the same skin tone, racial makeup, background, body shape. She's barely 5 foot. I'm nearing 5'9". I mean, the whole thing. We are as diametrically not look like we're related as possible. And we're full-blood siblings.
There's a mixture of DNA in
that. Hey,
Fizz.
Well, it's because there's a pretty good mix on dad's side anyways, with some of the Spanish through Mexico and the Lakota and the Cherokee and all that. And then we've got mom, who's very much a European, but who's mostly Irish. So, I mean, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, well, of course, the Scots have been in there ready fighting out of water. They want, you go. You want to fight? Well, go right now.
Well, leave it to
Come
the
on,
Irish.
Bring it on.
The Irish are the only fuckers crazy enough to get drunk and dance around live sword blades.
Yeah.
There's the old joke that I still agree with, which is how Irishmen fight. They don't fight and it's over. They fight and they'll be dancing around the pub going, "Oh, remember the night you called my wife fat? I knocked you down and shit in your hat." and that's reality. That's what it is.
That's kind of what you want to tell the Scotsman he's an Englishman. And tell me how many teeth he got left afterward. Okay.
True, that is possible, Kermit. And Amit, you do, but you say things. I can see why some people don't like some of your comments. I don't have a problem with you, Amit. I'm just saying I do get why some of my panelists don't like you. Some of the things you've said have pissed some of them off.
Yeah.
He knows it. He knows it. Oh, this is a long-standing thing.
Okay.
And he and Hunky Chunky hate each other.
I need to get me a soda. I don't want to.
All right.
So I'm not going far. I have to stand up here. And I've revealed too much of myself lately online anyway. So
the kitties are. I don't know where Athena is right now. I haven't seen her much today. Ornery's been all over the place.
Stuff happening about the cats.
But she wandered off somewhere after climbing all over us. My mom sent me something saying she thought of Ornery when she saw it. Which is really kind of interesting because what she sent me is this cat here. It says, "Look at me being cute." That's right. Go get the camera now. You did that on purpose. I don't know what you mean to say. It's like that's ornery right there.
Well, like Robin Williams thing, cats are just little drag queens in fur coats. Like stick their butt in your face. Who loves Kitty? Come on, who loves Kitty? Come on. was that your shoe? Who loves Kitty? Come on.
But it's true. It is so fucking true. Cats are crazy assholes. You go in my shorts and you've got all kinds of videos of Ornery doing crazy shit. The last several videos I've managed to post in the shorts, I was trying to do one fucking welcome home video and tell people that I'm finally back in my house, give them a little update where I was for 7 months, and get stuff set up to start doing from here. I tried 8 times to record that video, and every single one was wrecked by Ornery.
At that point, just work them into the video.
At that point, I just started posting the failed ones and going, "Look at what Kitty did.
Look at what I have to deal with.
This crazy good old bitch." I mean, no, wait, that's a dog. I mean, but it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
So, you still warring a little bit with Indigo?
I don't know how much of a war it is, but I've been clicking on the video, and I'm wondering what kind. I have no idea if she actually opened the email and sent her with my TD214 because that little stolen valor correct. Oh no, that I don't stand for. Okay.
No, and I agree with that actually.
Yeah. So it's a ahem and the picture of my 214. You want to try that again? But also it's something that got smacked me into. Hit the thing about I went to bracket. Why did they go to school for broadcast? I had to break down. Okay, Andy, you know these multi-billion-dollar corporations with these multi-million-dollar stations with very expensive, shiny equipment? In order to get their work, you're not just walking off the street. They're going, I do a radio job. No, you got to go to school for that shit. Okay. You got to learn to do production and editing and how to conduct yourself on the air, station operations. How to not threaten the station's license.
There's an interesting little cultural history, I could say, connected to DJ stuff. Mm-hmm. One of the common phrases in the late 80s was, of course, everyone saying "go for it," right?
Yeah.
Which everyone talks about starting with the stand-up comedy of Sinbad in the early 80s, right?
Okay.
He got that from the college DJ. He even says that in a couple of the stand-up shows. The college DJ who started that with him was my dad.
Whoa. Okay.
In long story short, is my dad was in the college down in Denver at the same time as Sinbad for a while before his medical got worse.
Which college? That Regis or is it?
I don't remember which one it was offhand. I'd have to look at the papers again. He had he was a really good student and he had full scholarships and everything down to the college. He left because his medical got worse with his muscular dystrophy. So he was the DJ in that time. Yeah. And the one that all the students were quoting and that Sinbad did some of his routines based on was him. Okay. When he left that, one of the jobs he did for a while he could still work some was working as a DJ for one of the local stations in South Dakota, where his boss was actually the one who helped write and produce It's a Sin to Tell a Lie, which was also done by Brent Spiner and Patrick Stewart together. Yeah. And my dad actually helped with making that, the original version. So there's some history where my dad's actually influenced some of the pop culture.
Okay.
As things like that, I try to remember a bit now that we've lost him, because he may have been just this little broke, disabled Indian from the sticks, but he still influenced people.
Yeah.
And it's crazy how that can work out.
Yeah. But at the point that, no, unless most cases, unless like your dad owns the station or something along those lines, you're not going to walk out of the street, and just start doing a radio gig. You got to have the training. You got to go to school. And I went, and I was, okay, while I'm on the subject, let's lay it out. Okay, with the KVC. I've been wanting to be a DJ since like 13, because the big influence, as big as a Star Trek fan as I am, the show that kind of drove me was WKRP in Cincinnati. Clearly, Johnny Fever is a hero here. Okay,
that was one of my dad's favorites.
Yeah.
See, and that's a cynical view, but I understand it.
Yeah.
I will tell you one thing. I don't understand lying. And let me explain that. I get people do it, all that. I don't understand the purpose of it. To me, if you're telling a lie, there's just that much more you have to remember. And with my brain fucked up and my memory fucked up, that just seems like a lot of extra work. I don't see the point to. And B, my real life is already weird and bizarre enough. Why make up more? I mean,
no. When I finally, after been the KGNU for 5 years at that point, I had to change music directors 2 or 3 times, and finally got somebody. I want to do a music show, and I had to go. Well, you have any experience? Yeah, I had a bunch of years out at KVCR doing it. Yes, I can do a bloody music show. So I got like a midnight to 3 shift in the middle of August, like in 2014. I just pulled a bunch of the records are still pulled. They're in bags out of the, and then some from the station's library. And I threw together a music show, and it showed that yes, even after I hadn't done a music show in like 20 years. Considering where we started tonight with, every time you say pull, I'm thinking of something dirty. Yeah. But yeah, the first thing I did though, when I got it over, it was I started off with the clip from WKRP in Cincinnati, where Andy comes in and changes the format in the middle of the day. And John, I think you need someone like about 15 years younger. No, Johnny, you're my man. Well, I don't need music. Well, now you do. Okay, yeah. I'll even let you say booger on the air. Okay, fine. And
SG1 is a badass show. I can't fault that taste. I can fault your crappy ass spelling, but I can't fault your taste.
Yeah. Let's not do the siffy thing. Right?
I was more referring to maid.
Oh. Oh yeah, that's not excusable. Okay.
Luke,
Are you falling back on spell check here or something or what? Okay, yeah. Or is literacy falling that far? But yeah, I wonder if I ever fall feeling a personal promise of mine that if I ever got back in there, the first song is gonna be Aerosmith's "Back in the Saddle" again. Might have been. I have to go check. I'll check check the air check. I'm not, I get that.
Oh, you stupid fucking piece of shit! This is not going to be easy on me, is it? Okay, so just
I almost forgot, babies.
Give me a little patience. I wanted to send the link to a few people because I kind of rambled on through their stream earlier, so I thought it'd only be fair to let them into mine so they could ramble at me.
Okay.
But my phone's being a stubborn little bitch and not helping me copy the link over to send to people. So fuck it. Give me just a moment here. You can keep rambling and talking because you're really good at that too. I mean,
that's part of the training, kids. It's
plus, I'm just curious if they'd actually show up.
No, Atlantis. Yeah, okay. Well, they're all the stuff they couldn't do on SG1, I guess, and also a whole new cast of characters. But let's have some fun here. It's gonna break away from the constant thing of the gold and all that. And they gave us Jason Momoa.
Whose only purpose in life is to be eye candy. Let's be honest. He's really not that great of an actor.
Well, fair is fair. We've had our share of eye candy. Even SG1 had to go, hey, he's cute.
Oh, no, I get that.
Yeah.
The problem is that he's shallow. He's without.
Yeah, he's another dipshit from Hawaii. So
It's not even that, because honestly, I find less irritation with The Rock than I do Momoa, which should tell you something.
Yeah.
It's not that he's a bad guy, I don't think. It's that he's so without personality.
Yeah.
He's just a pretty face. I fucking love Andromeda, and I still have the collector's set. In fact, one moment here.
I started getting those. That is a show I really need to get. And I wish the hell they would put out a model kit of the Andromeda.
No, he was mediocre in Aquaman, but he got a lot of views because women like watching him topless. It was the only superhero movie in history to sell more tickets to women than men.
And I kind of beat the old joke from Entourage. Yes, it really is an Aquaman movie, and it's not that bad. Surprise, surprise! Because the whole joke in Entourage is the one superhero they'll never do a movie of is Aquaman. He's a piece of furniture in Super Friends, and then they go and do it. It's like, okay, well, there goes that joke. Oh yes.
This is actually the collector's set.
Yeah. Now something pointed out, it didn't completely register with me when the show was on. I thought they just stole the name Dylan Hunt from the Genesis 2. No, they stole a large chunk of the premise. Dylan Hunt, some kind of weird accident, throws him into kind of a suspended animation type thing, wakes up centuries later, world has changed, and also they combined that with a concept that never went anywhere from the 70s called Starship that Roddenberry's working on. You
got to remember, Andromeda was one of the last things that Roddenberry was writing before he passed away. That and Earth Final Conflict. He was writing them with Majel when he died. She released them.
I don't know how much of the Andromeda thing was or just putting pieces together.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
I'll allow for its kind of conflict. But
she did actually release information on that. Both shows were originally supposed to be in the Star Trek universe.
Whoa, okay.
They were still trying to figure out how to work it into the storyline. And when he passed away, she released the shows as separate universes because she wanted to make sure that the story that she was writing with him were released. The reason that's important when you talk about how much stuff from Andromeda is taken from other things is that Gene was a shameless plagiarizer. He always was.
Well, the thing with combining the basics, the center thing of man at a time, Dylan Hunt coming forward and trying to rebuild rebuild the world. But also, it's a concept in the 70s. You saw Blinson in the Lincoln Enterprises catalog called Starship.
I refer everyone
of a sentient starship, and that's where the other thing that ring ship. Wow, that came from. I got a little traction there.
I refer everyone to the original series. Now, you're a Trek guy. So, what was the air date of the original series pilot? Do you remember?
The pilot didn't air until the
one that they actually listed as the pilot when they first aired it, because they still list the first episode as a pilot when it comes out, and sometimes the actual pilot's not aired. But when they first were on air, what was the date? Do you remember?
Well, the first episode aired. It was September 8th, 1966. It was The Man Trap, which is like the fifth episode they aired.
Yes,
there was very little usable episodes at that time. A lot of them are still stuck in post production. Like the
reason I asked you when it started, and I do actually know all that. I just want to see how much of it you could point out here. 1966 is when it started.
Yeah.
There was a book written in 1954 by Henlein.
Okay.
Called The Star Beast.
Okay.
In The Star Beast is the United Federation of Planets, the Keep Earth Human League, and all these other things from Star Trek.
I'm going to track that down.
And that should tell you pretty good. Amit, you're just proving you have horrible taste. Thank you. Janeway was an irritating bitch.
Yeah. She was an okay captain in my book, but
she was mediocre, and so was her fucking actress.
I'm a bit of a Kate Mulgrew fan, going back to like Mrs. Columbo.
I'm not. I can't stand her. I think she's a whiny, shrill feminist bitch.
Yeah. But hey, I'm a little bit of slack on the Federation bit, because that didn't get brought in until Gene Kuhn came on. Until then, they really didn't say. They were very amorphous of what the Enterprise was offering. It was like references to the only time to spell it out was Tomorrow's Yesterday, United Earth Space Probe Agency. Before that, there's a couple references to USPA, but they went back so fast you never caught it. But there was the Earthship Enterprise,
The reason I point that, I think there was some beautiful visions that Gene had and some gorgeous writing and stuff he did. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do I think that he was a shameless thief, an absolute womanizer, and an adulterous pig? Yes.
Yeah.
There was a fight on set because Nichelle and Majel were having an affair with him at the same time while he was married and trying to get two other cast members to have an affair with him. This is documented.
Yeah, Gene had a very strange thought of how things. I think he really,
You do know in an interview what Rod said about his dad, right?
I don't know. He doesn't mind
he loves his memory of his parents, but he literally said in an interview that the first time my dad cheated on my mom was on their honeymoon.
Can't say I'm surprised.
And you know what? I would have been more disgusted with Majel if she'd gotten a man that way and then got offended if he cheated on her.
Majel gave as good as she got. She could. It was rather awkward being there and watching them take shots at each other in various ways. He would and she would, she would not necessarily take the humiliation. She would give it right back in her own way.
She got her man by being an adulteress and a mistress.
The other woman,
And she accepted that about her husband, and she did not care that he cheated. So at least she wasn't a hypocrite.
No. Now, the way I heard the thing with Nichelle, though, is I think it was pre-Star Trek. It was in the middle period there. And Gene had started up with Nichelle, but he kind of drove over to Majel's place, trying to see if they got along well. I think he had some hopes of maybe a threesome. And they kind of surprised that Majel knew Nichelle. Oh, Nichelle, what are you doing here with it? And
they hated each other through most of the original series. They hated each other.
Yeah, that's our thing.
In fact, that was part of why, if you actually pay attention to the scenes in the original series, they were almost never on screen together.
No. Listen, it was after the little talk, and then they get back in the car, and Nichelle just like, no. Don't you dare get me in the middle of this thing with you and her.
You got to realize, when Star Trek was going on, he'd had on and off affairs with these women for forever.
Oh, yeah.
He was still married to the wife at that point before he ended up moving to Majel.
Yeah. Well, Majel was the steady. She wasn't the only.
But she got her man by hook or by crook. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
but she didn't have this delusion that he wasn't going to do that with her.
No, because and that's also why when Jean died, Susan Sackett was very quickly and unceremoniously removed from the production and from the lot. Because Major also knew what it was like to be the other woman. It's like, okay, that's it. Gone. Like by the end of the day, she was off the lot.
I kind of think Gene, while he was a shameless womanizer, I think he was a little more like Fonzie in that regards. It was an amount of he was absolutely sexually drawn to and emotionally drawn to every woman. A lot of Kirk's personality was based on him, and that was what they worked into that personality, was this guy who, it wasn't just that he wanted to lay every chick. He fell in love with every woman that came near him and spoke to him.
Kind of a twisted romantic type of thing, yeah.
It is. It's a twisted romantic. It's somebody who has this vision of everybody being in love with each other. Yeah. It's where the whole viewpoint of first true love came in.
Yeah.
Because I don't believe in that phrase, honestly. Because honestly, I don't believe that most people will ever have more than one true love.
Yeah.
And I think true love is deeper than just love. And I think most people confuse the two.
And that played into what Shatner's going through, because his marriage was falling apart during the series. In fact, it was going to a full-on divorce by the third season. And so Shatner wasn't exactly being a monk.
No, Shatner was not a monk on set. And in fact, several of the women had affairs with Shatner on set while they were also having affairs with Gene.
Why not? They're doing one to do both.
This was the 60s. It was the sexual revolution. They were all banging each other on set. Let's be honest.
Well, there's something that Jimmy Doohan mentioned in his biography. When Diana Muldaur was doing one of her guest spots on the show, overheard, apparently Shatner was, trying to hit on her, but she overheard him show, "You sad little man. If I was going to fuck anybody here, it'd be Jimmy Doohan."
And this is why people hate you, Amit. Comments like this. Shameful. Shameful.
That made Jimmy's week when he heard that, though. Who's sad little man? If I'm going to fuck anybody, it'd be Jimmy Doohan. Like,
right here, Amit. And I'm more in love with my husband than I was when we got together. And it's been over 20 years since our first date. And we've been married over 17 now.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Look, my dad and my mom were together for 42 years. Married. My dad fell in love with mom pretty much right away when they first met. And actually, the funny part about that is that when dad met mom, he was hanging out with his best friend, which was one of mom's exes. And after she left, he was trying to find out who she was. Where can I talk to her more? Where can I get to know her? And his friend's response was to tell him, "Oh, forget it, man. She's not your type." 42 years. And literally his last actions before he went to sleep and didn't wake up was to grope her ass and tease her one more time and then go to sleep. So that was my dad's last actions.
Okay.
Was to grope his wife. Let's just keep a little context here.
Yeah. As for he did have 3 daughters with his wife, Eileen. But I think elsewhere he did have enough sense. Wrap that rascal before you start dipping your wick everywhere, Gene, okay?
And I mean, were there other issues? Well, I'm in a lot of ways. Yes, I'm in some ways the conservative Christian girl, but in others I am a daughter of the sexual revolution. And I realize sometimes it's a conflict. Because while I believe in a certain amount of propriety and modesty in personal choices, I also believe heavily in the free will that's biblical, and that we don't have a choice to force it on anybody, and that the puritanical rules of society were extremely harmful to women, and worse so to sexual crime victims.
Yeah, he wants to bring up Rod.
So,
yeah. One thing that gives me hope, Gene and Mitchell had Rod when Gene was my age when they had Rod. So
normalcy is a facade, Amit.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist. Normalcy is what people who are afraid of their own weird tendencies tell themselves to make themselves feel better.
My usual phrase: if you're normal, you ain't normal. We've all got something.
I actually wrote this the short essay for college, which
It's
was
a miracle I am not sprouting, kidney stones as much Coke as I drink. Okay.
which was quote unquote normalcy,
Mm-hmm.
where I went into the reasons why normal can't exist and the natural hypocrisies and conflicts and oxymorons that exist in society.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a very intellectual piece. I have done a couple different poems based on it that are extremely long and complicated over the years, and one in which I took the entire essay and rewrote it as a long poem. So I've always kind of argued that normal isn't a thing.
Yeah.
Because none of us are actually going to be that close to each other.
Yeah.
The reason you get what's considered norms is because a lot of people will hide certain opinions or certain personality traits when they're with people that are similar to them.
Yeah. I mean, evolution in all forms depends upon mutation and weirdness. So,
you got to look at it this way. When shown studies on human psychology and behavioral patterns, it's 95% at least are followers. They do not lead. They are not the people to spread new opinions, spread new concepts, and try to change society. They are the people who latch onto trends.
Yes, Queen, we follow, we obey.
And so that's where we have very few true leaders. And followers will tend to hide their own opinions if they think it'll offend their leader.
Kitty. Okay, that's weird. Got the old light coming right back and very solid green eyes.
It's the lighting, because her eyes are actually an amber color.
Yeah.
But it's just, so I don't get offended if people disagreeing with me. But I understand why some people with certain opinions get offended at him. So I'm not going to tell him that he's wrong to have his opinions or all that. But I can understand why some people are turned off by it.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of where you are, Kermit. I respect it. As long as they're being true to themselves, it's better than being two-faced liars anyways.
Yeah. Normal people don't go on YouTube and do this shit, okay?
No.
This is not a normal activity. We're weird. We're mutants, okay?
The people who are most likely to stream, to try to be social media personalities, be it YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, all that, people who are driven towards social media stuff tend to be the outliers of society anyways.
Could this be a segue to discuss indie?
Go for it.
Okay, well, listen, I'm not going to go through the video I made. It took, for fucking ever just to edit the thing. And then it didn't get finally uploaded until this afternoon. And I started the upload last night.
Look at her.
We're going to go to a little something she did back in her younger days.
What do you want, Athena?
Where are you? There we go. Yeah, it's going to pull up here.
All right, 1 sec.
Right about.
Remember, keep the volume quiet, otherwise.
Yeah, actually, wrong one. Oh, no. Wrong file.
Baby. Come here, baby. Come here, Athena.
Yeah, this is the one. Into the 27-minute mark.
Sec. That one, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, you got nice and quiet.
Well, and then turn it about half volume there.
Let's see what we're at here.
26:34 there.
And actually, the part that I think you're talking about starts at like 27 and a half.
Yeah, right about 27, yeah. But this is 5 years ago. She was 22 and just out of treatment.
Of my treatment talk.
There's too many things I actually share with this video.
Are you gonna have lunch? You want lunch?
Whatever dogs.
You want food? You want food, baby? Yeah, you do. Oh boy.
Take care, Kermit, sweetie.
Mhm.
Do you guys want lunch?
Now,
Do you
I don't
want
know.
lunch?
The gray dog, I don't know, but that's a new one on me.
Bully.
But the two white ones she still has.
Do you want food? Okay, be right back.
Okay.
Alrighty,
Here's the fun.
Turn the volume a little further down yet.
A little further down. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so while I was at res,
This is the stuff I worry about when I see people.
Yeah.
was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder.
Ditto.
Mhm.
Just to preface this, I have been seeing a therapist for a while, but I just hadn't had like an official diagnosis from a
She needs a better
psychologist
therapist.
yet.
No, yeah, this is 5 years ago
So-
before things went weird.
Yeah. Anyway, so I was
Oh,
diagnosed
Papa,
with
what do you want to
BPD,
say?
Borderline personality disorder. I was diagnosed with PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder. I was diagnosed with OCD, which is obsessive compulsive disorder. I don't know why I have to say this in a funny voice for some reason. I don't know. Maybe I feel
The
like
talking aggressively with your hands like that, if you
Um,
notice, is something I do a lot. That's
I
actually an
have
anxiety
diagnosis
disorder that
in
usually
depression,
causes it.
Yeah.
and my season is winter. I
So,
also
yeah.
just have a general depression and general anxiety.
Say what you want,
But I
Papa.
also have really bad.
Oh my God, Papa.
That is
The reason
Don't
why
be
this
mean.
super bad.
Don't
I
be
don't know
mean.
why.
the reason why this video is important is because this is the one that he's been having the war with lately.
That much.
Yeah. Mhm.
Ignore the dishwasher.
I'm glad she stopped doing the black lipstick. Not a good
Yeah.
look for her.
So I was diagnosed with all that.
It's
stuff.
more flattering on my skin than it is on hers.
Yeah.
Definitely. Because
I
she's got an
remember
almost
when,
black lipstick that's not quite black and is bringing out the gray
I
tones in her
had
skin and making her look
Yeah.
sick.
session with
Yeah,
my
she's also-
therapist, and she
Her hair's
told
dyed because no,
my
actually a blonde.
parents what
no, it
she
isn't
was
Actually,
blonde.
it's dogs that she has,
for
but
my
anyway,
diagnosis and stuff, and like
Jolie and Hat Piss.
Oh,
what my psychologist had said. So I had two people that were on my team. I had a psychiatrist.
Look, I mean,
or
I like the
psychologist, I had a
gothic look on
psychiatrist.
most people,
Wait,
Mhm.
which one? Yes, I had both.
but
yeah, she was still
it's
10 at
not
this point.
flattering on her, especially the way she's doing it. Her hair looks like black straw. It doesn't look realistic at all.
Yeah.
And the lipstick is the wrong shade
Yeah.
of black for her
Yeah.
skin tone and brings out the grays and makes it look
Yeah.
sick.
You notice the blonde roots are coming out too.
He really just wants to be helped.
But we're not here for a fashion critique. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm gonna do that anyways.
So basically,
We women are kind
we
of
also
catty
had
little
to tell my
bitches.
parents, and at first they like disagreed with it, which kind of pissed me off like a lot.
See, she tries to portray that she's this great relationship with her parents, and then she'll slip here that her parents fought her getting treatment and help and her diagnosis back when she was going through this.
Yeah.
Mental
Mhm.
disorders skip a generation.
Oh, Papa, you are definitely in a mood tonight, aren't you?
Ooh.
But so like,
No,
Just
her
remember-
dogs love her, okay?
it's
Just remember,
complicated with
you know who
dynamics
Papa
because a
is,
lot of
right?
them have dealt with
Not
their
a fan.
grandma
He used to go under Wookiee
having the
supremacy.
same types of things,
Okay.
and so I
He's
think
been around
lot of the
a long time
Okay.
with us.
All right. Mhm.
I get lumped in.
He's a mouthy old-
They assume it's
He's a
me,
mouthy
it's
bastard,
me,
but
it's
he's a
me,
buddy.
It's not. So it gets confusing, and there's a lot of times that we argued about whether or not it's actually real, which is really unfair to me that I have to defend.
It's so
Whether or not
unfair.
my
It's so
diagnosis is
unfair.
real,
It's so
especially
unfair. It's so
considering I
unfair. It's so unfair. Sorry, that line.
diagnosed by-
It's so unfair when somebody says that like that. It makes my
Yeah.
skin twinge. It makes me want to
issues with
binge.
that with my
Yeah.
parents, but
Yes, you've been around forever, Papa.
that took a while for them and me to adjust to. The most
Holy
interesting
crap.
thing I was diagnosed with, though, is
Okay,
what they
I may
said
rub my
was
face a little like this.
atypical
I don't do
anorexia
that with my nose on
or,
hair.
avoidant
That was a bit
restrictive
gross.
eating
She's got
disorder,
some serious
which
allergies. Okay.
basically,
So do I.
Yeah.
That was a little
how
over the
anorexia
top
works
for on
is
camera.
Generally,
Yeah.
it's
Oh my
caused
God.
by
Mhm.
body dysmorphia, or they play hand in hand. Some. Hold on.
Does she?
Okay, basically,
Oh my God.
anorexia generally is associated with body dysmorphia and body image.
And why is it in this video, when
as
she's
well as
22,
restricting
she's
foods
saying
and
she doesn't
stuff,
have forms
but
of body
it's for
dysmorphia?
more of the
Well, she's saying she does actually,
specific
but it's not
reason. It's
gender dysmorphia.
more
Well,
specific
gender
about-
dysmorphia is a segment of it. She's saying
Yeah.
here she didn't have the body dysmorphia. She had the anorexia that isn't body
Stuff surrounding
dysmorphia. She's trying to explain
It's
that.
Not quite as black and white as that, but that's the
So,
best
I
way
mean,
can describe
somewhere
it
you completely
without getting
flipped
into,
what
like,
you
more
are.
nuanced stuff that doesn't
Might
make
want to
sense for most
see.
people.
Well, I blame it on the change
And
in the
then
industry.
There's
Think about goes.
bulimia and stuff where what you're doing.
Well,
is
because they're
you're
not
Because it's
interested in
right up-
actually finding the
and
problems. They're
stopping
interested in
harm,
trying to translate.
getting
Yeah,
it
that's
taken
it, 'cause this is-
That's the thing.
also
It's around this time the things started
try
changing,
to,
where the trans thing really took off.
match that
At this
up.
point,
And
they're
I'm still trying to
trying
whisper that word
Anyway,
because
Yeah.
I
I don't
get
wanna
flagged
trigger
so
anyone
easy all the
or give anyone
time.
ideas.
I've been putting in the
But-
search.
So
I've been
I'm
putting
gonna
in the
keep
tags,
this short.
and you go, all right,
For
you know,
me, my eating disorder is super fucking confusing. And personally, I don't.
Your
think
brain
any
is
of the people
confusing.
are
And I'm saying that as somebody who
fucking
basically has
clue
everything you've
what's
listed
going
that
on
you
with me.
have
I don't
plus
have any
more.
idea. I still have no idea. No one else has any
Because
idea.
she says she has all these
Like, no one-
conditions,
no
but
one
at the
knows.
same time,
So it's
not how she carries herself. It's not how she
'cause
acts.
it's just something that people don't know a lot about. Like I didn't know
And
that
is
existed,
she
but
really
I
dealing
feel
with these
like I
conditions, or was
am
it
pretty
just
well
them
versed
blindly going,
in
well, maybe it's this?
different
Because we don't
disorders
want to
and
try to
stuff,
figure you out.
and I didn't know about this.
they've identified what's
And
wrong,
it's,
but they
like,
haven't really done anything
really-
about it yet.
Like newer and super
Kind of the theory,
non-common,
right?
Yeah.
apparently. But so basically, for me, I have a hard time eating because
Sleep well, Papa,
of
you crazy ass
not
fucking
because of
stoner.
body dysmorphia or body image or
Big
anything
hugs.
like that. It's for me. Oh, kitty. For me, I have a hard time like.
You know, when you sent me this to figure out
Literally, that's
what she was
what
going
it is.
through,
I have a hard
I
time
listened
swallowing
to it on the way home.
And
Yeah.
I didn't realize how erratic
I have
her facial
extremely
patterns
sensitive
were.
stomach. I have a lot of allergies.
Like, they're like, if you
that I've
watch how they're
always
going up and down,
So like
Yeah,
my
mhm.
body is really used to
either
when
she's
something feels
really
wrong,
unstable
like,
under that, or she
because
did
that
lie
was
several times because
my
she's got
allergic
certain
reaction
tells.
when I had peanuts when I was young. And
So,
now I relate
either
my
way, it's
anxiety
not a
to
good, healthy
feeling
sign.
of an
You know what I
allergic
mean?
reaction
Well, it's one of
because
those things. She does
because that was,
cosplays
like,
all the damn time. She's trying to be
the
herself
first time I
here.
ever
She's not
had
used to being
anxiety.
herself.
And
In front of
everyone
the
around
camera,
me freaking out and stuff and being anxious. So
Yeah, but that only applies to
yeah,
some of
I
this.
think
Some of these
that
are
plays
really
into
Yeah,
it.
specific
I
tells
don't
that
think that's
people
the only
get.
reason, but I think that's
And
a huge
I've
thing that
dealt
plays
so
into
much
it.
with
Um,
addicts and mentally
so
disabled, physically
that
disabled
is-
victims and stuff that I recognize
for
certain
me,
tells.
It's like I
Yeah.
have a hard time swallowing things. It's not quite as simple as
And
that.
while some of them I get,
you know, when
Yeah.
I do
at the same time,
things sometimes,
think,
like, I'll be fine, or even if it's
she
like
doesn't
food
have the
that's
same
like
issues
normal
that
for
I
me, comfort
do,
food,
but
like,
she's
I
got
will
the
just,
same
like, throw up
diagnosis.
everything I've
Yeah.
eaten.
Mine makes sense. You go through
Like,
the
for no
list of
reason.
those conditions,
Like,
and
nothing
every
triggers it,
single
anything.
thing is something
Yeah.
I do or deal with,
All of
pretty
a
much,
sudden, I
Yeah.
just like can't do it.
or almost every single thing. Because
And
some of them
they
you're not
have,
every trait,
like,
you
been
know.
trying to figure out what's wrong with me for like years now.
But
and at
I'm not
first we thought
seeing
it was
that with
excess
her.
Stomach acid.
Mm.
We thought it was like
And there's a lot of these
an
traits
ulcer. We
that
thought it was a bunch
Mhm.
of other things.
I know what they are. I know what they do.
But like
Mhm.
honestly, we're pretty much still as clueless as we
So-
were before.
Oh, I
I've
believe
just
they're
been
clueless.
closer
I
since
definitely
then,
believe they're
trying to figure out
clueless and don't know what the hell they're doing with you.
Mhm. Yeah.
So whatever.
Yeah. It's gotten even worse because they're working on this
Um,
gender ideology crap. And
I have
it's
some
not
of
really a
these
problem that's
diagnoses,
gone away
but
from me at all.
Mhm.
I don't
And
go
I'll
to
get
these
into that
therapists
more
and
in the
doctors
part
because
of
I don't like what
when I
their
talk
treatments
about,
are. I don't like what they're trying to push on people.
Yeah.
Or partial hospitalization,
And
not residential.
Yeah, mhm.
I don't want to
But,
become that
Yeah,
person.
so
Mhm.
I look at what happened with the
that is
Maori.
my
I think it was
problem.
Tia, where she
there
was this very
so I have-
center
I
of the
mean, that's
road,
my
grounded, loved to be a
problem. That is
housewife thing.
what specifically landed
And
me
she went through
there
this nervous
because I was having
breakdown when
such
she
a hard
lost
time
somebody
eating that I
and went
was
into therapy and came out of therapy
extremely
spouting all this
unhealthy.
feminist ideals and loving
That is
herself
why I
and
went
leaves
to
her
the
husband
eating
and
disorder
stuff. And it's
treatment
like, what the
center
hell did they
and
do to
not
her in
anywhere
therapy?
else.
Yeah.
Like,
Mhm.
like
Because that's not who she was. That's not who she ever
Like,
was.
that's
Yeah.
what I went
And I've
through.
been watching her since back when they were kids, you know?
Mhm, yeah.
And also because there's not really that great
Her
other mental
personality, her
honestly.
Mhm.
everything about her changed in therapy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
that-
I don't like what I saw, you know?
Mhm, yeah.
it was a really eye-opening experience for me being at residential treatment because I mean now I know
Please,
I think I
I'm
would survive in jail
still kind of
relatively
leaning
well.
on that she.
I know.
I think she was right. She still needs more time in an actual
Yeah.
center.
Mhm.
Hide from
Yeah, that's in the
cameras.
other video. With the kind of, they thought they cut her loose a little early.
But
I'm
yeah. Joking. I would be.
But I
fucking
would also
terrible in
figure
jail.
it's like-
I would get like I'm such a pussy like that. I would die. There was about a week or 2 weeks where Faye had stepped down to partial hospitalization, and I was still in residential treatment with like my other friends that were there.
Ooh, I was in residential. Residential. Woo,
So-
woo, woo.
I was fine, but like we switched my medication up because you know what better place to experiment with drugs than when you're in a hospital. And so we
That was
switched
my
it up
attitude
a
towards
bunch,
morphine.
And in a few of those times,
Happy
when
days.
I was like withdrawing,
Till they
so
cut me
mixed
off.
with my meds, so I couldn't get them on time and stuff.
Yeah, I could say something, but then
There-
again,
I
I've been
had to
taking
go
muscle
through
relaxers
withdrawals
lately,
for,
so
Yeah.
shut it.
over a weekend.
Well,
when there was
the tension and all the muscles from the lightning strike has been really intense, and
just like a
Yeah.
PCA,
the CBD only does so much.
Yeah.
And
So
it
much,
usually
I
is
know so
fine,
much.
and it and L-carn usually control my muscles and my tics and my nerves out really well.
Yeah.
But when it got really bad Wednesday night through this morning, it wasn't controlling it. It wasn't enough because it got so bad. And so I had like this tension where you could literally just run your hand up my arms and legs and back, and you could feel every muscle rippling and shaping and bumping.
Right.
Like that I vividly remember where I
So I took the muscle relaxers.
totally
Yeah.
fine and stuff.
And I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry, even though I hate meds and I hate what they do to my head. And I hate I hate feeling loose in the mind. I hate feeling high and all that. It's better than tearing my muscles and ending up with more injuries.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I don't remember being fine. I don't remember anything. I don't remember talking. I don't remember. Don't remember.
Blackout
Apparently I was
personality
fine.
behaviors
And
are really, really dangerous.
I remember just like
And I was a
walking
blackout
down the
rager. I
hallways,
would get into
getting
fights
like,
and I couldn't remember getting into them after
feeling
because
of
I
just,
would
like,
black out in
dark
rage.
Yeah.
And in
energy.
fact,
I
that's
don't
actually
fucking
3
do that.
times when my ex came and found me what happened is I blacked out and woke up, and
about making this video because I sound
one of the
fucking
times I
crazy.
blacked out, woke up, and
Dark energy though.
he had
and
nail
just, like,
marks and
blood
teeth marks
the
on him from
walls.
me.
Yikes.
Don't get me wrong, he deserved it.
Okay. Yeah.
And I just,
But
like,
holy shit,
remember-
you know?
Yeah.
And then it like kind of just like felt like I was going into a tunnel.
And it's also, I think, why I
Which did have a lot
didn't
of tunnel vision
report it
and
then, which I
vertigo
should
when I
have,
was going through the tunnel,
because
so I think
Yeah.
that was a part of it.
what do I say?
It, like, felt like there was
Yeah,
an
he came up
earthquake,
behind me,
just,
and
like,
I
from
beat the living
those,
shit
like,
out of him, blacked out, and woke up where he had all these scars and marks on him.
Mhm.
inside me
Yeah.
because I was shaking so bad also.
It's not a good thing.
And like my
Yeah.
vision was shaky, just everything was shaky, but like it was obviously like not shaky outside of my body.
And I knew he wouldn't report it because he was the one stalking me, you know?
And,
Mhm. Yeah.
So, yeah.
how many
Mhm.
andas do I do in every video? Someone should go through and count.
Mhm.
I edit most of them out too. That's the really bad part. But
Just people don't
Mhm.
do the same stupid stuff I've
I
done.
went to breakfast.
Do your own
totally
stupid
fine.
stuff. Do your
Yeah,
own
it's
dumbass
kind of,
moves.
you know,
But I was acting fine.
it's kind of a thing about you're all, you know, that we're
And then
trying
by
to
the end
tell
of
you, we've been
breakfast,
through
when
this
it got
road
to boosting
before.
time, I
Listen to
sat
us.
down to have my boost, and I just like got super dizzy and like pretty much passed out. They made me drink some orange juice or Gatorade. I think it was Gatorade. They had me have some Gatorade because they just thought I was like maybe really dehydrated, and so I eventually like started coming back into you know noticing what's happening because I think you know like I was fine. I was like dissociated, but like fine outwardly until I was like boosting, and then at that point I think I like
There's nothing fine about this girl.
dissociated.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that maliciously.
No.
And realized what was happening.
How do you
and
get
then
through to brick walls, though? Is the problem.
Her own admission, she's a hot mess. Okay.
From fucking anxiety and stuff. And then they had to wheel me back.
I'm
home
gonna
and
bite my
stuff.
tongue on that one for certain reasons, but
Yeah, so that was like a weekly occurrence.
I think that's enough of this
Yeah,
for now.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Something like that happened.
It just kind of gives a clue. This
Yeah.
woman that's been warring with Robert April here,
Mhm.
that suddenly I don't have a. It's because right now she's portraying it that none of those mental issues she actually has. That I was just born in the wrong gender. It's like, no, you have serious mental issues that you've talked about having for years,
Mhm.
and suddenly you're saying I don't have them. I just didn't know what I was. No, that's not how that works.
Mhm. Well, she says she still has it, but it's like the transit. No, that's one thing I've been railing against because the more I've dug into it, there is no scientific basis whatsoever for this gender ideology crap. It's established by a series of total perverts, and
Yeah, I know.
it is the most misogynistic thing I've ever heard of. They are trying to erase gays and women, make them totally irrelevant in society. I was like, no,
You're saying that very loudly.
Yeah. Mhm.
What the fuck did I just walk into?
Okay, so the long story short and why I've been streaming so much with Robert April the last few weeks is because he's had this back and forth row going with a kind of a war going between him and this
He's probably my favorite porn star, throw it that way.
yeah.
What the fuck?
She's got quite she's got done from Cammy different things, but now she's primarily on Pornhub. And also one thing called Fansly, which is sort of less onerous version of OnlyFans, but she's railed against OnlyFans, called it a pyramid scheme. But she recently, about a little over a month ago, suddenly came out as trans after God knows how many years of we have documented verification of your gynecological difficulties. Okay, you are not a boy. You're in no way a boy, but I'm a boy. Prove it.
I'm a real boy.
Nothing she does is the least bit match. Because one thing I'm concerned, what in your behavior at all makes you a boy? Like short hair. So what? Your hair's shorter than mine. I'm okay. I can run up.
Was that like Demi? Like one of the washed up Disney's
Demi Lovato.
Where she's like, "Oh, I'm non-binary. Oh, it's not trendy anymore. I'm not non-binary."
They said, they them was just exhausting trying to get.
I can't necessarily say that all of them are done for trending. I think it's a lot of them being literally brainwashed into it every time they get up with a therapist or somebody trying to give them a life coach or anything like that.
Bella Ramsey coming out as Bella Ramsey coming out as non-binary.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you, she was forced to do that by her publicist, or whatever. She that girl is being groomed.
But I can rattle off, as far as short hair to go. Okay, Twiggy, Joey Heatherton had short, Mia Farrow for a long time, Tinkerbell,
Meg Ryan.
Yeah, Meg Ryan has short hair for a long time. Yeah,
Halle Berry had short hair in the 2000s.
Yeah, and none of them were ever confused with boys. So.
Have never heard of the pixie cut?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I mentioned Tinkerbell.
But no, so that was the big thing with this one. I'm trying to write stuff up about the Lightning experience, so I'm kind of having a weird evening, anyways. But he ran out of his hours because he's been dealing with this basically this whole month there. And so until his hours come back in tomorrow,
I've been doing very well for my channel too, oddly enough.
Yeah. So until he gets his hours in tomorrow, I've been doing streams every so often for him and just letting him share them off of mine onto his channel. So he's basically piggybacking on my hours.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What a leech.
Hey, it works. It works. I'm not going to argue.
Hey, I have a paid account and he doesn't. Why waste it, right?
Yeah. But recently she broke up with her boyfriend. And as a goof, she put a boyfriend/girlfriend application on a website, and it says all the way on there. It says just for fun, don't get your hopes up, thing. And okay, fine, I'll bite, and filled out some jokey answers here and there, but also trying to feel, I'm just trying to be a friend here, okay? But if you really want to, I'm a guy, because also they get some insights into what the male mind actually thinks, okay? Because you ain't thinking that way. You think you got a male brain there, Indy. No, you do not.
I have more
Here's
masculine in my thought process than Indy is.
Here is what the male mind thinks, okay?
And
you will always go towards sex, okay?
Yeah.
It reminds me of this one quote from Buffy where it's like Xander says, I look at linoleum, I think about sex.
Yeah.
All day I dream
about sex. I mean,
like Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy.
Okay, I know that song, okay?
Eddie Murphy,
it's a good
48
song.
hours. Look, I mean, a stiff breeze blows, I get a hard on, okay?
We started tonight backstage by me sharing with him the fact that 3 of the girls that I follow online here did a metalcore bondage video to 9 Inch Nails Closer cover.
Mm-hmm. And that countered with the one that's sort of a barn.
I'm tempted to ask you for the link for research purposes.
Research purposes, right. One of the girls in it is Lauren Babick, which is the girl that's done the music videos with Eric July, actually. The female growler. Okay, I'm waiting for this response because you're smiling now.
Sorry,
you like her, don't you?
No, I'm sure if he's with Eric July, he's probably hot.
Then you're gay. No. You don't like it, you're gay.
No, because Eric July talks about the fact that he did metal and rap and stuff in music. Mm-hmm. There's actually on her channel several covers that she did where he's the guest vocalist.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah.
No, we picked up, and one of her mods brought it to her attention that I'd filled out one because I'd sent a couple tweets of, what? No, did the live stream. Okay, we're going to fill this thing out here. I had to redo it actually because I had it filled out real nice one. Hit the button, cleared it all out. Shit, and I got to redo it all over. And so we did a live stream. Okay, and we're going to about me, what I think about mental illness. And would you want to do videos? Well,
I don't know. Are you paying me?
Yeah, well, it's like, and it's kind of the old thing. This is the way guys think. You're dating a porn star. She wants to do a video. I'm not going to argue.
Hey, cut me in on some of that cheddar.
The thing is, it goes back to that video that we started the evening with. That video, okay, you got 3 hot girls doing a metal version of 9 Inch Nails with bondage all through the video.
Yeah,
rolling around half naked.
Yeah.
That's 1 million views easy.
Yeah.
And the thing is that the video was produced, directed, and designed by the husband of the main girl singing it. Mm-hmm. And I'm sitting there going, you got to know he's having some fun with his wife and her friends doing this in front of him, right? He's having fun with this.
Yeah. And no,
that's the only way a husband would be okay with this kind of
thing. He's sitting there with the camera. He's sitting there with the camera like this going, damn, I love my life. Yeah. Come on.
And again, not necessarily anybody getting it on or anything. We are very easy to please in that respect. Okay.
No, all they had to do was lay side by side.
Yeah, I'm sure afterwards. Yeah, they had all kinds of fun.
All the girls had to do is lay side by side, half naked, and sing about and grind around in bondage gear, and every guy watching is going to be sitting there going,
"Yeah, life is good." Okay, yeah. I need a little more to qualify as wank material, but it's like, it's okay, this is nice.
But this was a pretty hot video, wasn't it?
There was a couple of points though in Indy's reading thing where she had to. She started off in a snotty thing, but I'm actually saying very nice things about her job, doing the thing, and she kind of, and at the point where I said, her motivations for doing are laudable. She's kind of sees it as a public service to help lonely guys get over stuff, and she kind of had to back off a little bit and so he's not so snotty. Like, yeah, you think I might know a little something here?
I'm going to say this to every woman who may watch, to every woman who might hear this. If you ever end up with a guy, if you get married or you have a serious boyfriend and stuff, nagging is not a way to get what you want from the guy. No. You nag and he's going to shut down, go into his nothing box and think, man, that bitch is a pain in the ass. And he ain't going to do jack shit for you. No. Let me finish mine. This is what I have to finish. Listen, as a wife, listen, the best way to get what you want from your man is to suck the life out of him until he can't think anymore, and then say it.
Or if
This is a metaphor for sucking certain certain.
Yes.
You walk in the living room, you lift up your shirt and say, "Honey, can you go do the dishes for me?" Yes, honey. Anything you say.
Yeah.
That doesn't work because if I lift up my shirt, he's coming straight at them.
Yeah. That's calling a dinner bell. That's a different. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, when your husband's done having his fun, then he'll go and beat the dishwasher.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But then
You can get look. You can consider it. You can consider it tit for tat. I call it tit for that. In other words, I'll give you my tits. You do that. I mean, let's be honest. You can call it manipulation. You can call it selling yourself for things. I don't fucking care. He's my husband. I want to get laid anyways. I might as well have fun with it and get things I want out of it. And he knows every bit that I do it. He doesn't give a fuck.
I mean, honestly, as a man, if my wife did that to me, it's like, yeah, I know she's playing me, but honestly, I get to see tits. So who's the one who's getting played?
Sometimes you don't mind being played. Okay, that's what it's all about.
I know I'm getting played because I get to play with.
Yes.
It's the trade, and look, I know that trade is the same reason why a lot of women do the withholding sex if they don't get their way. It's like, I'm not gonna do that because even if it would work, that's punishing myself too.
Yeah.
Why am I having to give up getting laid because he didn't do something?
Plus, any man worth his salt, like any actual high value man, will be like, "Fuck this! I'm calling my ex-girlfriend. We're having fun tonight. I don't care. I'm fucking let's say it's the very least like a boyfriend girlfriend kind of situation. You're like, get the hell out of my house, bitch. I'm calling my ex-girlfriend, who by the way is actually hotter than you. So,
at the very least, if you got a good Wi-Fi connection and a good right hand, you'll always have active sex life.
Yeah.
So
it's like
It's
not.
Like,
I do not.
It's not the same as the real thing, but it'll work. Okay.
Well, look, you were holding sex tonight. Well, I guess I'm hanging out with Miss Michigan and her twin sister.
Yeah.
Look, this is where I lose most men and women. I do not understand the self-pleasure thing. I have never done the self-pleasure thing, and I don't want to do the self-pleasure thing. So,
we're built that way. You have to. Okay.
Eagle.
Yeah.
When you've had filet mignon all your life, the thought of having a burger is inconceivable. That is you. You're the filet mignon enjoyer.
Whereas
let me also explain it this way, because it's both male and female. It is a natural part of puberty usually to experiment with that.
Yeah.
I didn't. I am really what you would consider, while I am extremely nymphotic. No, I did not flick the bean. Let's be honest here. Anyway, while I'm extremely nymphotic, and I actually am genetically a nympho because my hormone drives for my sex drive are hyper speed compared to other people's.
Yeah.
I am as super straight as you can get, and I am repulsed by female bodies, actually. So I don't even want to touch myself, let alone another girl.
Yeah.
So I guess that's a very odd place to be, right?
Well, that just sounds more like a personal preference rather than anything else.
And also, like I said, men and women are wired differently. Like Seinfeld said, no, we have no choice. We have to. We're built that way.
I've actually known a couple of guys who went. I also have known both a guy and a girl who not only were arguing in favor of giving yourself oral, but openly displayed in front of people in public that they had the ability to put their head there. One of them, who she did the displaying it by actually doing a backwards bridge and putting her head in between her legs from behind in front of us.
That's showing off. Okay.
Yeah, that's an exhibitionist right there.
Most guys, it is it's just gonna be the impossible dream to suck yourself.
We're sitting there arguing in a D&D session, at full disclosure, about the ability of whether or not men could self-pleasure themselves. And one of the guys looks over and goes, yeah, some men can. No guy could put his head that far down into his crotch. Want to bet? And just drops his head down there.
Yeah.
And we're all sitting there going,
I have seen the movie Short Bus. There was a scene.
Guys, I have something to admit.
Yeah.
In my younger years, I used to be able to go down at least enough that I could lick myself. I can lick the tip.
Further, yeah, that's further than most
If
guys
I
can.
wanted to try, I could suck my own tit, but that's a whole other story.
Well, I can.
Well,
do that.
the thing is, the difference between like it being right here versus like it being down here.
There, yeah, come on,
Like literally, I could suck my own tits right now.
Yeah, I can lick my own nipples right here. That's not.
There's a difference between a quick lick versus could you actually get yourself around and on top though. Also,
that's the thing, yeah. But no, there was the movie Short Bus.
And hey, MJ,
a little trend of hardcore legitimate film. But this guy has actually, managed to maneuver it where he got his legs up behind him, like a corn and a thing, and go, at least got as far as the head, and managed to suck himself up. And not exactly a really because he's crying the whole thing because it's yes, it is possible. I have seen it done, but you got to be really well hung and really fucking flexible.
Let's just look at the chat comment there a sec.
Yeah,
I am one of the two. I'm not going to say which.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The years catch up rather quickly.
MJ says that if he was gay, which I'm glad I'm not, I would be able to self-pleasure, but that ain't bang bang, baby.
Well, where there's a will, there's a way, I guess.
No, where there's a will, there's a gold digger. I mean,
the old thing, why do dogs lick themselves? Because they can.
And what do women always say? Men are dogs. So,
yeah.
And by the way, to anybody hearing this conversation, keep this in mind.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing about dogs.
There's also
they're loyal.
They're
loyal.
They can't get a paw to go like that.
Dogs are loyal. So
yes, yeah, we are. Yeah. I should have put that on my that app. Sorry about. Look, I am an honest and loyal friend. I will defend you to the ends of the earth against all comers.
You give me kibble, I give you loyalty.
But I'm not going to blow sunshine up your ass. You're going to do something stupid, I'm going to say something.
I want something blown on me. I mean,
yeah. That's it.
Even if you need to stop the stream and go run to your husband.
Yes, even if
I may have already done that tonight, but anyway, let's get back on topic.
Moving right along.
Well, if you need to do it again.
But even if we decide there's something stupid, it's still gonna be fun anyway. Okay, fine. But I'm still gonna say this is certainly stupid.
See, there's different types of stupid. There's this is gonna make a great story in about 5 years, and then there's
this will be a great story.
Oh my god, I fucked up my life.
Yeah.
I like either fucked up my life or I'm dead type of stupid.
Well, I got a few of the stupid ones when they fell off the hog back outside of Morrison. We're doing, friends are collecting for a climb up in El Dorado Springs with ropes and things. I'm just bounding up up these rocks, and then on the way
just
back
because
down,
the lot lizard gave you a dare does not mean you had to do it.
Oh.
Ooh. No, I was coming back down off the rocks, and it's
well played, Nick.
Like this isn't working the way it was easier going up. I was trying to go back the same way I came. Nope, and then I'm literally hanging off by the middle finger on this hand, which is still screwed up to this day. And by the time I say, guys, I think I'm in trouble, they turn around and I'm falling. There's like a 30-foot drop, and I just, thankfully the ground.
Well, there goes your tailbone.
Just about. Well, fortunately the ground was sloping down. And I knew it was already in program because I wanted to be a stuntman when I was a kid. So I'd already had, brain me what to do and I knew don't try and land your legs, you break both ankles. So went on my back and rolled for another 30, 40 feet through sagebrush and everything else.
Rolling.
Yeah, and then my friends back there, oh God, we're not the evac Bob off the side of the hill. But once I managed to stop, popping, okay, yep, I'm fine. I got to get back up there and wound up with a bruise the size of a cassava melon on the side of the thing. And that was.
That's better than the ways I keep injuring myself. But anyway.
Yeah.
Remember to fasten the harness before you begin.
Remember, the hard swinging set swings are really easy to injure yourself in.
Mm-hmm. Especially if you don't secure that hook in the ceiling right.
What if it's secured right and you still manage to break your knee on the ceiling?
That's you.
I would call that dedication.
That's a little over enthusiastic there. But let's just say because of the experience, when I saw Star Trek V and Kirk is free climbing El Capitan, oh fuck no.
That is a level of dedication where I'm like, I hope your neighbors didn't call the cops because they thought someone was getting murdered.
Well, then they
actually, they really, really don't hear anything from inside this house.
Soundproofing.
It's pretty well soundproofed. I mean,
Yeah.
I live one of the main town roads is right over there, and we almost never hear traffic or anything. This house is actually pretty good sound block.
Well, certain things you don't want the cops walking in on. That's something you don't
Well,
have to explain.
Why do you think, even though I have a bay window, I use it for storage and don't have people able to see in it? I mean,
it depends on how much of an exhibitionist you want to be that night.
no, that's when you do it while you're driving. I mean,
Mhm.
I will say, as a guy, one of my fantasies
Mhm.
is like I'm driving, and the girl just kind of goes
Down.
while I'm driving.
done that.
Yes, I think I was dating this girl one time, and I actually convinced her to like take her shirt off. We were driving around, and she was topless, and
Yeah.
we actually almost got into an accident because the guy was like, and then she was like, "Yeah, no."
Okay, so back in the food service jobs when I was in college, one of the older women there had her story about one of the experiences working the drive-through.
Oh boy.
This was apparently these couple came through the drive-through. They ordered the food and stuff, and they get to the window, and they are naked, and she is down on him at the window.
Yeah.
And she says, "I didn't know what to say, so I just leaned out the window and went, 'Oh, honey, couldn't you have waited for the food?'"
Without giving a single fuck.
It's like,
Okay.
well, I mean, what do you do at that point, right?
Never had that when I was working drive-through.
Let me get my video camera.
What the fuck was that?
That's from the peanut gallery on her end.
That was my husband and contributing to the conversation.
Yeah, I think it's clear Steph has gone to sleep now because he would have chimed in on that. But
Question, Eagle.
Mhm.
Have you seen Courage in person yet?
Seen who?
Courage. My pet.
Oh,
I don't think so.
One moment.
has encouraged the cowardly dog. I think.
Actually, yeah.
Probably a rat.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Eagle, you've seen my post, so. He's in the hammock now.
Get me ornery so I can show ornery the food. I mean,
Please? No.
it's not like she can get at it.
Mhm.
All right. Yeah, like I'm sure you've seen the picture. Oh, he's trying to go down my shirt.
Whoopsie.
No, that's fine. He likes
Oh.
it there. So this is Courage.
Oh. He's a big boy.
He's about a year and a half old.
Mhm.
So But yeah, he's my boy.
I had a cousin that had rats.
Yep,
And
and
there
then
he
there he goes. Yeah, I don't want to have him on here because it's actually a nice shirt, and like he likes to like shoot holes in my
Yeah.
shirt, so it's
Mhm.
like
Yeah. Might be good
I
to
don't
put him
want-
back on.
I could not do rodents as pets. I could not. Not just because I react to the smell of them, but because there's too much of the poverty girl growing up around the nasty ones to deal with that. And then
Courage
there's
is a
ornery.
good rat though. Courage is a good rat though.
Ornery's like, what the crap?
Okay.
What do
See
you
how,
want?
see how he's just in my arms letting me pet him? He's a good rat.
Look, rat.
Okay.
She's like, it's not a bird. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. And for those
She
who are
has this
curious,
obsession with wanting birds. The problem is she likes to lay in the window and threaten the eagle.
here's a link to the video where I'm shooting back at her here.
Yeah, you stupid. You like to lay in the window and threaten the neighborhood eagle. No. Sit still a sec.
But just be warned, it is almost 2 hours, but
All right, this is a close up of Courage right here. So he's just an adorable little gentleman right here. Yeah, and you can tell he loves his human. So
not your problem. Rats just tend to bite too much.
not really. This one really doesn't bite.
Usually male ones tend to bite.
And this is a male, so
I
Yeah,
will
that's
put
okay,
it this way. If anybody knew half of the shit me and my coworkers said to each other, they would have probably filed sexual harassment stuff on all of us.
Hey,
yeah, it's I've had these like since they were like really young.
actually a
But,
couple of likes.
about from about like 6 years old, so I raised him myself. And so he doesn't bite. Like he'll kind of nibble he's more tendency to lick you than he will.
Can I point out right now that I have a cat who likes to lay in the window and threaten an eagle that's like 4 times her size.
Yeah.
But she saw the rat on the screen and tried to run away from it. You
Also,
are a dumb shit.
Courage found some food, so he's happy. Like, what did you get? Oh, okay,
Kind
it's
of
a
fun
piece of
looking
cheese.
at the analytics for these videos and putting out where the links are coming from.
But
No, it's actually got a couple of likes on it.
Nice.
Phoenix, you know Net Kitty, right?
One of them mine, or
I think I'm not sure. No, not sure we've been acquainted.
He's in my chat. He's one of the ones talking all the time.
Oh,
I'm sure you've talked.
media.
Netcat.
one of them is mine. Okay,
Netcat.
but one of them is not though. So
The only one I see really commenting is Robert April and then M21 Media. So
No, not here. In my group chat we're in that I have.
oh, I'm not in your group chat.
You were.
I think I might have left it because like I don't like being a part of a bunch of group chats.
Because I added you when you told me to. So I thought you were. Or maybe you just don't check it very often.
I think I might have left it. So that's on me.
Because Netcat's all over the place. He's I met him online in the doing all this stuff, and it was probably about a year and a half after we started talking, hanging out online, and got to know each other, that we figured out we actually live about a half hour apart.
Oh, but that was a fun cookout.
So now we go visit each other quite often. The thing is that I haven't been able to go visit and hang out in the last several months because I was with my mom in another state. So I'm going down to hang out with them tomorrow.
Well, I'm way too far for you. I'm in Michigan, so way too far.
that explains the
I was going to say that explains the idiocy, but I was trying to be nice.
Yeah. Ooh.
Sorry, I don't have a great opinion of Michigan after some of the stuff I've dealt with it. So
to be fair, Gretchen Whitmer is kind of a bitch, so I don't blame you. I did not vote for her. I did not vote for Gretchen Whitmer.
It's not about personal things on local or current politicians. You got to also realize, okay, there was a case years ago in the media where a city, no, listen, where a city gave the information of where a girl was living to her kidnapper rapist when he was supposed to pay child support for the child he created doing it.
What city was it?
Flint.
Yeah, that sounds like a Flint thing to do.
She was 12 when he did this to her.
Yeah, I that's fucked up.
And then after this, her lawyer, who is one of my friends, ran all these GoFundMe stuff, fundraising, all this to raise money to move her to a new house so he can't find her and the kid.
Okay.
And the city took that money, claiming that she owed most of it for taxes because it wasn't her normal income for childcare.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, that sounds like Flint.
And again, the lawyer that was behind all this, the lawyer that went and talked with national media repeatedly dealing with this battle of them doing this to this kid, is a friend of mine.
I was
involved in this
disintegrating
case.
lead pipes in a whole new light.
I was involved in this case of my inner city outreach. So
okay,
this one pissed me off royally.
Regarding the Flint water crisis, basically, it was just a colossal fuck up and mismanagement because Detroit was Flint was using Detroit water. So Flint is about 2-3 hours from Detroit.
Well, whereabouts on the mitten are you?
All right. So
Detroit's about here somewhere.
At least you're not talking about Florida right now.
No.
All right.
Okay,
so like Detroit's right about here.
Yeah.
Flint's kind of like right here, or roughly.
Yeah.
Not too far, but a bit of a drive. And so they try to go off and try to use like Flint water which the water source they're using was not good, and plus their pipes were old.
Yeah.
And by the way, the crisis is still going in Flint. Their water is still fucked up. But there's not only that, but like people who are speaking up about it would be murdered. Like were actually murdered, and this happened this is shit that happened in the mid 2010s.
I remember it.
Yeah.
Like literally, activists were murdered by people, and this happened multiple times.
Yeah.
And then
this
finally,
is where Nick. I will tell you this: there's very little out there that's happened in the media and in activists and stuff that I don't know more about than people realize.
Yeah, so like the whole Flint, and then you got to realize that's the stuff that just made it onto the news.
Yeah.
You got to realize, the terrorist attack in San Bernardino years ago. The rabbi that was killed in that attack was a friend of me and my mom's. His widow's still in my friends.
Jesus.
The woman who went fighting for the widow in the media when the media tried to blame him for being attacked, the black woman that kept talking to the media on behalf of him and the widow is actually Babette Holder. It's Eric Holder's cousin.
Oh boy.
She hates her cousin with a passion. She says all the time that I always thought my cousin would look best in prison orange.
Wait,
Babette's also a friend of mine. Eric Holder was one of the big.
It was Obama's attorney general.
Oh,
the guy who brought us the wonderful Fast and Furious program. I know. We'll sell the cartels guns and put little trackers.
Wait, but didn't you know the Obama administration had 0 scandals?
Sure, yeah. Just because they're not reported doesn't mean they're not any scandals there.
Oh Lord.
I mean, I never thought they'd take. Oh yeah, look at this little tracker.
By the time I name that, I'm friends with and involved with the widow and the rabbi that was killed, and Eric Holder's cousin, who's also a activist working heavily with both parties and other stuff. You start realizing I know more people than I let on a lot of the time.
No,
you're one very well connected lady.
Yeah. No, kid's sister's from Michigan.
More connected than I probably should be for a broke ass little frumpy housefrau in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Well, I know your backstory a little bit, so I kind of have an idea of it, you know.
Should I act really loopy?
Save it for after stream. Have some fun with your husband.
Yeah.
No, because I have to get up at a time where I have to take the meds if I'm going to, because I have to get up and drive in the morning.
No, it's like her family on her mother's side is part of the Olds family. So
I don't know what that means.
Oldsmobile.
Oh.
Yeah. So she was connected to somebody. Her mother was a fucking psychopath.
Every time somebody
the
on
MS
either
is not
side,
taking her fast enough.
Anytime somebody on either side tries to convince me that their party is noble and stuff, I'm sitting there going, you have to remember where I live here.
Yeah. Fucked by both.
My house is in Cedar Rapids, which is where most of the caucus work and the primary work and stuff is done through Iowa. We deal with all the politicians heavily, and I was involved in activists and caucus counting and stuff like that. I have met pretty much every fucking asshole in Washington at least once.
Let me ask. Well, I think then the question is, did you ever meet a good politician? Like, is there anyone that wasn't an asshole, wasn't a narcissist? Like, is there any good ones you want?
There was one who started where he was. Okay, I will say there was one who wasn't like that, who is now. I actually watched the change in him, and that was Cruz.
Ted Cruz?
He changed. He was not like that years ago. He's really flipped. He lost his way.
Notice how
he got
now that he's more establishment, now he's getting a more favorable press.
Yeah. It's also interesting because I actually do have a picture of me and my husband with him. And so you have a white guy, a Native American, and a Cuban Hispanic take a picture together, and the darkest person in the video is the Celtic white boy. That was awkward. Anyway, there's one person who I think actually lived what she preached and wasn't an asshole. And in fact, when it came time because she pushed for term limits all the time, when it came time for her to have a chance to go for a re-election, when she hit the end of what she thought should be term limits, she resigned.
Yeah.
Who was
Because
it?
she didn't want Michelle Bachmann.
Hmm.
And she's
That
actually
name does
really
sound-
sweet in person.
Yeah.
That name sounds familiar.
She was one of the females that tried to get herself into higher offices but didn't quite get through.
She was
On the
pusher of
Republican
him.
side, she was more centrist Republican.
Speaking of all that stuff, did you ever meet Tulsi Gabbard?
Not good. Huh?
Oh, okay. There's a story there.
Fake as fuck.
Ooh.
And
Really?
she is behind. There's pictures and videos of her with a lot of big globalist groups, in fact.
Huh.
She is as fake as hell. She's doing it intentionally, trying to manipulate the sides.
She's intentionally playing both sides, basically.
Yes.
And I liked her.
Yeah.
Like, I legitimately thought in 2020, if she had become the nominee, she actually could have gone toe to toe with Trump.
And she was one of the ones who was out there pushing. She was the one who started tweeting at Biden saying there was blood on his hands for not locking people down and forcing the immunization more.
Wow.
In other words, saying to force people to take the immunization or you have blood on your hands.
She did do a very good job of destroying Kamala Harris during the debate, though.
That was fun. Because Kamala's a piece of shit.
Fat lot that worked. I mean, look at
I know.
what happened.
Yeah.
I mean, Kamala Harris. I just got to say this: she's got to have some monsterly good head game.
Yeah.
Because she's not even that attractive either. I mean,
well, she's not.
Yeah, but she literally.
But look, I mean, and this is the thing. I hate both sides.
I got a zinger
do
for you.
legitimately.
She makes Michelle Obama look like Cindy Crawford.
Okay, now that's just cruel.
But she literally got her start by blowing Willie Brown on a regular basis. Okay. She slept herself as far as far as she could up the chain.
It's like
you're gonna blow Biden? No, that's not happening.
Lewinsky started running her mouth off.
Oh, Biden would be all for it, but I was like, yeah, have something to blow. I don't think
recently, for some reason, somebody decided to come out of obscurity and start defending all the lockdowns and the Democrat stuff, and that was Lewinsky. So
really?
It wasn't wrong that I told her that the only good thing she ever did was get white stains on her clothing. She blocked me when I did it.
I was going round on the old AOL message boards. That dress doesn't exist. And then finally came out, oh, really now? What are you saying? There it is. There's the pictures of it. There's the test. Guess what?
Like, why of all people
Never
did
heard
they
from
try
that
out
poster
Monica
again.
Lewinsky?
Because she's been building a name the last several years off of warring with Hillary every chance she gets on social media.
Well,
and then all of a sudden she starts.
I don't blame her for that.
Yeah.
I blame both of them for that, actually. They're both ridiculous, horrible women who deserve to rot in fucking hell.
Hillary's a nasty piece of work, honestly.
Oh,
so's Monica, if you actually start looking at the shit she's doing. She's trying to manipulate everybody.
It's a miracle Monica's still alive and hasn't suddenly committed suicide by shooting herself in the back of the head.
I think if Monica, if that happened to Monica Lewinsky, that would be too suspicious. Because it's like Monica Lewinsky,
But, I can't stand the fake shit. I can't stand the.
Sorry.
Well, I was trying to make a point repeatedly, but now I don't remember what it was because every time I started to say the sentence, one of you two started talking over me.
You don't like the fake shit.
Yeah.
No, there was an actual point I was making at the beginning of the paragraph when I started bringing this up that I never got to say because you guys kept talking over me when I got to it.
Well,
and now I can't remember what it was.
I'm sure it'll come back to you when it does.
No, it won't.
Take a moment.
No, it won't. It's not how my brain works. When things are lost, they're lost. The brain damage will lose them for weeks. And it won't come back till it's in my long-term memory.
So I brought up Michelle Obama earlier. Do you think she's really a man, or is that just like a stupid
I think that's just an easy.
I think that's a stupid thing. However, I don't know if I believe those are actually her kids because I don't see much evidence of it. I believe they're his kids. I'm not sure about hers. It might be surrogacy because they don't look, sound, or act like her.
They look like Brock's kids, though.
Yeah, I don't know.
He didn't swing for the other team when he was in college.
I don't know if I believe the kid's being hers, but I don't believe she's a man either. I just think that she's a psychotic, self-centered bitch from hell. But
Noah's got an angry look in her eyes, even if she's smiling. So,
and let's be honest, on the other side, all these people that tried to call Melania class and all that stuff. Look at how A, she got her husband, and B, what her career for a long time was, and half the shit she says and does towards women. No, she's not class. She's
the only difference between her and the
porn
rest
star
of the people,
gone lucky.
The only difference is she is actually legitimately highly attractive. Like that is the only thing she has going for her.
Well, I'm going to tell you, there's only been a few people I've met in my life who actually truly made my skin crawl to meet them. I could literally feel the evil coming off of them. Hillary was one of them.
Oh yeah.
Ivanka is one too.
Ivanka?
Trump's daughter is freaking creepy when you meet her in person.
Really? How so?
It's hard to explain. A, before I even knew she entered the room, I could feel goosebumps on my spine. B, when she talks in person, she sounds like she's talking from a Kool-Aid swigging cult. And she does the creepiest daddy crush Freudian shit comments. It is really, really creepy.
Yeah, honestly, the Trump and Ivanka stuff is really creepy, especially like if you look into the past stuff. It's very clear he groomed her. It is very, very clear.
And I know this will offend the people on the right and the Trump supporters that are in my fan base. I don't care. I hate him. I have experience with him. I hate his fucking guts.
Do you think Ron DeSantis is any better?
No, I think those parties are completely lost causes at this point.
Question. I know he's Canadian, but have you ever met Justin Trudeau?
No, and I don't want to.
Fidel's kid.
You know what the worst part is?
You look at the
timeline actually matches up.
For each other.
Like, there's actually, like, if you look at, like, the timeline and their scheduling, there's actually, a block of time where, like, he could have been conceived, and whatnot.
Margaret was not holding to her marriage vows. She was nailing the Rolling Stones on the side, for God's sake.
That's the thing is I don't like politicians. I really, really don't. And let's give you guys a little context to how far back this goes. First of all, when people try to say, oh, you're just a right-winger, understand something. The mat that my parents used for us to wipe our feet on when we were kids was one of the towels of Ronald Reagan. And there's a context behind that, including the fact that they were trying to get on their feet because of all the crap that they went through. Mom's abusive marriage, dad's medical, everything else. They were signed up to go to what they had at that time. I can't remember the name they had for it now, which was basically a families and married couples version of Job Corps. You earned your way. You paid your way by working, and they got you job training. Right. This wasn't a handout. This was a place that actually tried to help people get on their feet and be independent. The first thing that Reagan did when he took office was sign an executive order to close them. They were days from moving with us.
Yeah, Reagan, honestly, he is responsible for a lot of the shit that we're in now. Like a lot of his deregulation and like all the policies he put in, we're still feeling the effects of them to this day. So my parents had a pretty good revilement towards him. In fact, my parents were both more on the Democrat hippie side when in their youth.
Yeah.
My dad actually switched parties to the Republicans purely to vote against Reagan in the primaries.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
That'll give you a clue how much he couldn't stand him.
Yeah.
Now, again, if you actually look at social policies and our overall beliefs as a family, what we would fall to would be constitutional, slight conservative. We would fall to Coolidge conservative.
Yeah.
Who is one of the only presidents in the days before 1980 that actually gave any support to natives and actually helped us get land and control of our stuff back.
Yeah, you're going back all the way to the 1920s.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Roaring 20s. And if you put my family, that's where you'll find most of our politics would actually come closest to. Because he was the one that was trying to undo.
Then Coolidge only got it because Harding died.
I actually have a respect for Coolidge memory, and
Yeah.
he did a lot for the Black Hills in helping restore the land that was damaged by the settlers, which is why there's a lot of stuff actually named after him in the Black Hills.
Yeah.
So I'll go back to the era of Coolidge, and so, but we never liked Reagan. We never liked Trump, but so we wiped our feet on Reagan's face when I was a kid. So that's one part, and then I got into girls club and I got into my preteen years, and I was in Rapid City in South Dakota at that time. And the mayor decided he wanted to do an interview with one of the kids at girls clubs as this reach out for good public opinion, and it was a publicity stunt.
I see a disaster coming here for somebody.
They picked me.
Yep.
As Mom said, I Murphy Browned him. I went and started looking stuff up. By the time we did this interview, I had found documentational evidence of him embezzling money, fraud. I also found the family ties connecting him to George Bernard Shaw.
Wait. So let me. This is my prediction about how the interview went. I'm sorry, I have to go to the bathroom.
Actually, I got kicked out, and they destroyed the footage.
Yep. Yeah. Well, when can we be on? No, you're not going to be on.
So
we decided that doesn't work. We're not going to be using that footage. But thank you for trying.
This was probably about 3 weeks before I turned 13.
See,
to give you a clue.
Yeah.
This was him going, let's go find the poor native kid and let me do an interview with her. And she'll just ask me sweet, glossy pictures like, what's it like to be mayor and stuff like that. And what he got was me sitting there going, so how was this money spent again?
See, I really wish this would have happened in the era of like smartphones. Because even like I'm sure like what you would have done is be like have your phone in your pocket, at least recording audio. And be like, oh, you store the footage. Oh, by the way, I just released this on my YouTube, the entire audio interview. By the way, you're now a national news story. Congratulations.
It's trending.
There's context to this that goes further though, because that mayor, there was national media a while ago about a mayor from the Black Hills getting banned from Iowa after criminal behavior in the Iowa State Fair. That was him.
Whoopsie.
How bad do you have to fuck up to get banned from a entire state?
The state fair.
How bad do you have to be to get banned from one of the most open states in the country that runs the caucus and primary shit and has corrupt politicians here constantly?
Yeah.
You're so corrupt, even the corrupt politicians are like, whoa, man, that's too far.
Okay.
He is one of the descendants of George Bernard Shaw. If you know the history of the stuff that playwright actually said and supported. Yeah. And so I have a very long history with dealing with Shaw's family, and they don't like me, which is really funny because one of his great-granddaughters is actually one of my friends, and she hates her family.
So I guess we won't be seeing any Shawshank Redemption. Sorry. As soon as I heard the word Shaw, I was like, okay, I know what I'm going to do.
No, I view as like Republican Party is largely inept. Like, there's a few pockets of evil, but it's also like the populist things. I can go with that. Democrats are just going to completely full goes evil.
The way that I see it, both parties suck. It's just the Democrats suck so much worse than the Republicans.
Yeah,
like there are some good Republicans, and there's kind of pockets of republicanism that are good, but largely they're cuts. Honestly, like they talk a big game, they talk a big game, but like when push comes to shove, they don't do shit.
You know what? Enough. I'm making this. So anybody else can come in here because I'm being crazy right now. But my experience with Republicans is not good.
Yeah.
Let me explain this. The longest running governor in my home state was Bill Janklow.
Okay.
Janklow, by the way, is one of the Moffat families in Chicago.
Hello.
And that's where he came from. He was born in Chicago. He was one of the representatives of the Republican Party, not just one of the politicians in the party. He was actually used as a representative front for a lot of the Midwest Republican Party for a long time. He was corrupt as hell. Money always disappeared under him. He was finally kicked out of running for office again when he was driving drunk and killed a biker.
That'll do it. Yeah. And good luck with that move, Kai.
Good luck with that, Kai, sweetie.
Yeah.
So I don't have a good view of Republicans either for a lot of reasons, and that one adds a lot to it. Because, and that's one that I dealt with him. I dealt with Tom Daschle. I dealt with those guys, and the one that they have in South Dakota now, Noam is a fucking racist piece of shit who hates natives and wants to usurp power from the reservations.
Yeah, Tom Daschle. He was like wasn't he like the head of the Republican?
No,
he was hiding the Democrats. Yeah,
he was a Democrat. He was a buddy of Obama's, actually.
Yeah, like I think he was like the head of the majority leader up until the mid 2000s. I don't know
if the majority leader, but he was definitely up there in the power structure.
I think he was like one of the most a really powerful person. I think he was either Congress or the Senate. I can't remember.
And then he got swiped out by the Tea Party.
The Tea Party was a short-lived, very short.
So one of the things that happened in South Dakota in my youth, a couple of the things.
Precursor to the current populist movement.
These are things that were done by Daschle and had support by Janklow when he did them. So this was bipartisan. They were fucking over the people in South Dakota. And Daschle, by the way, is as racist to natives as Noam is. They're both pieces of shit. And this is somebody who has experience dealing with both of them. Daschle had this vote in the 90s where he was trying to get everybody to agree to change Rushmore so that they could charge entrance fees and all this and get rid of the free for all Americans thing. And he put it to a vote because at that time it was listed as a monument. It had to be. The vote said almost 97% said no, you can never change it.
Yeah.
So what he did was he waited for a few months until they had a ballot just to the politicians, not to the public, where he put on vote to change it from a monument to a memorial. Once he did that, he tore out 90% of the historical stuff they had along the center at Rushmore, put in a giant paid shop, and then put in a parking lot that won't even honor the golden access for the disabled. And they started charging people to pay to park there so that he didn't break the vote.
And that's why he's no longer in the Senate.
That's one of a couple things.
One of several things, but it all adds up. And he also started changing
the other one I remember, which really pissed me off. I have that movie, MJ, and in fact, I just made my niece watch it a few weeks ago. Anyway, the other thing he did, there was in Rapid City when I was a kid, they had a museum that was run through the Lakota tribe. It had monuments, history, and all this stuff from all the tribes for hundreds of years from all over the country that had been collected and were being preserved by the tribes and protected. He used a clause in a treaty to another tribe illegally to seize the property from that museum, take all the tribal property and their history away from them, and then stuck them in a state museum to try to raise money for himself and his party.
I mean, what is the government without breaking every treaty they sign?
Yeah.
No, because I fucking hate Chris Rock. Sorry, MJ. I can't stand him. I think he's a piece of shit. No,
the treaty thing. That's what, you ever seen them, one of the Billy Jack movies, the second one, Turn of Billy Jack. The very end of it. Oh, the cops are surrounded, ready to move in, and then all the local, the tribe come in with the rifles, and they, the guy cites the treaty, but this is tribal land, and this is one treaty you're not going to break.
And then, that's the thing.
Go on.
So, I mean, I grew up in, yes, it's a small rural state, but because it is one of the top 5 states in the nation for tribal population, a lot of the battle for U.S. lands for tribal property, for tribal rights, and all that happened in my home state. So I dealt with a lot of the corruption in both parties coming after my people.
Mm-hmm.
And I can say out of the presidents in my lifetime, the only one that actually gave property back to the tribe and actually revoked some of the restrictions on us was actually Bush Jr.
Really?
And I don't like him and I don't support him either, but you got to give him that credit. When it comes to minorities, he is not racist. He does a lot of charity for them. He really does believe in what he says about trying to help minorities.
He did massive damage to the Republican Party as his conduct, but
Well, the thing is, I think he's hapless.
Yeah.
I think he grew up so much in a globalist family that he doesn't get it.
Yeah.
Also, Bush Jr. is a war criminal. He is literally a war criminal.
The Bushes are part of the old blue blood country club,
This is what I was trying to say here, and this is why I'm getting there. I disagree on some of that. I understand where that viewpoint comes from, but I think, genuinely speaking, he just doesn't get it. I don't think he's high IQ.
Under his watch. Abu Ghraib happened under his watch.
Yeah. Abu Ghraib was overblown, though, I think.
It was, and that doesn't under his watch does not mean that he signed off on it or allowed it either. Because these things happen without presidents agreeing to it. They do. That's why I said I have a lot of issues with him. I don't support him. But I don't think he had an evil heart. I think he just grew up in a globalist family and didn't know better.
Abu Ghraib you got a bunch of 20-year-olds pulling the shittiest duty you can pull as prison guard duty. And they got a bunch of total reprobates. They're guarding. These are not nice people they're guarding here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just basically a GI's Gone Wild video.
And I absolutely call that out.
Guys, they're doing
but at the same time, look at some of the stuff that happened. I have issues with war and crime behaviors in it.
They lied about the WMDs. That would be there is no dancing around that one. They lied about them.
They
found warheads. They didn't find the weaponry to go in them. So that doesn't necessarily mean they didn't exist. It means they didn't find them. That's my only issue on that.
It was to get them from getting the W. That's the
Look, my issue is I don't believe in the war. However, it was also largely our fault because Saddam got the power he got because of the crap that Reagan did to back him.
And there was also Saddam himself thought he had them because he was threatening to use them. Oh yeah, you'll come in with it, and if we what? I just told these guys we're gonna, and you don't have them.
I mean, hell,
you're all dead.
I mean, hell, in Afghanistan, the Taliban was fighting us with weapons we gave them in the 80s to fight the Russians.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's the point. I think to a degree,
you want to watch there.
I do think the politicians in both parties lied to us about why we were in the war so they could keep the wars going. However, I do think there was an amount of we had to undo some of the damage we did in the first place. So I'm torn on a lot of those issues on that. And that's after doing a lot of research because it's not that cut and dry when you really dig in. And that's the problem I have.
But
I get your opinion on that. I completely understand that one. I look at that and I look at this crap. All these supposedly peaceniks who said we shouldn't be at war that were in the Democrat Party. Where were they when Obama was doing shit like bombing a civilian cafe because they had somebody there who wanted to bomb, who was an American citizen who wasn't legal to be bombed without being tried first because he wasn't on the field of battle, so he didn't hit the traitor standard.
Well, Obama's trying to run like a video game.
So I mean, fuck both sides on how they handled the military and the wars, and that's. I support the military overall, and I do think there's reasons why the war was going to happen either way, but I don't support what was done and how it was handled.
It was basically 9/11 happened. They seized the opportunity. Now, I don't think they planned 9/11. I think I do think it was kind of a failure of intelligence. But they sure as hell took advantage of it. And from what I hear, they had the Patriot Act in their drawer for years. And they busted that out. They ran the Patriot Act through, and they went to Afghanistan. It did come about rather
quickly, didn't it?
And by the way, I don't usually allow politics on my channel, but I went there tonight, so I can't get mad at you guys for it. But I get into this partly because it's insane, and I don't like either party for a lot of reasons. But look, I mean, let's be honest. The things that both sides criticize each other over. Immigration is a mess because of both sides. The kids in cages and the kids being mishandled at the border when they're coming through and they need to be checked for backgrounds and make sure they're with the person they're supposed to be with. That policy that created that situation started back in the 80s with the Reagan era. It grew under Clinton. It happened all the way through both Bushes. It was massively expanded under Obama, and it was not stopped or hindered by Trump at all. In fact, it increased still.
Also, you want to know?
So there's blood on all their hands for how they treated those children.
And as far as kids,
Also,
there's a little law
know,
about the adults are going to jail. You can't put the kids in the jail with the adults. Okay, you got to. You know.
Also, you want to know like one of the biggest like ironies of like history and politics. So like the BLM shit, like all the cop stuff. All of that happened because in 1995 there was a tough on crime bill. And you know who was a big pusher of that? A man named Joe Biden. Joe Biden is directly responsible for all the shit we're dealing with now.
And you got to remember during the debates.
You got to remember, Biden was close friends with Robert Byrd. Who was Robert Byrd?
He was a Grand Kleagle in the KKK.
And same goes for all these feminists always claiming to care about minorities while they tout around their my body, my choice and Planned Parenthood shit. Do they know the history of Margaret Sanger, why she founded it, and what she was part of?
She's a big eugenicist,
She wasn't just a big eugenicist. One of the founders of the KKK was her uncle. She was one of their keynote speakers at multiple events.
I mean, we all know Planned Parenthood was mostly a way to curb black population.
Yeah.
It wasn't just black. She wanted to go after other minorities. The thing is, they failed more going after other minorities because other minorities pushed back harder.
Yeah, like why do you think
retarded
like
people
the Planned Parenthood you see the most in like the black communities?
Yeah.
Well, you got to also remember, it's not, we swear it's to help people, but yet we built 95% of our facilities in the 13% of the communities in this country that are black. That I'm sure that's just a coincidence, right?
Also, they've admitted on camera, thank you, Project Veritas, that like they sell the baby parts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's in the videos with them, doing the dances with the with the corpses.
I've watched all of that underground stuff, and do you know why? Here's a little context of some stuff for people why I argue with this stuff, because my godson lived through 2 forced abortions done to his mother against her will. One of which the doctor told this frightened, homeless 15-year-old girl whose parents threw her out when she got pregnant, and it was not by choice.
Yeah.
The doctor tells her that something's seriously wrong with the baby. I have to go in and deal with him. Goes inside her literally and cuts the kid's head open.
Ooh.
When that failed to kill the child, he shot saline into him. It went through him and hit his mother. It took her 15 years of medical treatments and surgeries to conceive again.
Sorry.
That is one determined kid.
Horrific.
This is my godson's story.
Yeah.
He's in his 20s now. He spent 6 years of his life on machines because of this. He was part of the Born Alive Acts. He is one of the smallest babies to have ever survived.
Yeah.
He survived because the nurse couldn't stand what was happening and smuggled him out from the doctor after this was done.
That is
and went and got him help.
Survive a nuclear holocaust.
So when people talk about this, we tried repeatedly to go after Planned Parenthood for what happened, and somehow the day before trials would hit, a big donation would go to the political parties and the evidence locker would disappear. Every time.
Yeah.
So when people talk about Planned Parenthood, I know what they are. I know how many people have been dragged in there against their will and forced into them. I know how many people get abandoned on the steps and told to have an abortion or you can't come home. And if you want to talk about women who need choice and rights to their body, you cannot ignore the women being forced to do this either.
I can't imagine doing that to a kid.
See, this is why it's pro-life and pro-choice. See, this is a lie that like the abortion activists they tell you. It's like, oh, we're pro-choice, because like, here's my
God forbid you choose life.
My thing is like, I'm a pro-life person, but my sense of pragmatism be like, okay, sometimes abortion needs to happen, blah blah. You know,
you got to have the option there, but it doesn't.
You got to have protections for actual medical cases. You got to have
but abortion should never
situations
be
like that. It should never be birth control.
No,
and people treat it like fucking birth control, and it's stupid. Like I get it. You know, you made a mistake.
Like these activists who go around and call the baby a parasite and celebrate that they're killing kids and won't use birth control.
Well, at the
Did you see
same
that
time,
picture on Twitter?
Saying that this fetus can determine its own gender, and then okay, is it determine its own gender or is it a clump of cells?
Well, the same people who will, if they want to keep the kid, they'll put headphones on their freaking stomach and play music to the baby to make it smart.
Yeah, because
it learns in the womb, and yet they're the same people who will say it's just a clump of cells if they want to get rid of it.
Yeah,
it's all talked over.
Yeah, I've lost count of how many pictures I put on my Twitter.
I could sit here and say on the other side,
7 weeks.
On the other side, I have to say and defend. There are a few states right now that are trying to push bills that would actually limit medical need, and that has to be opposed too.
Yeah.
See, the thing is,
what I was getting at on that, and I'll say this real quick, and then I'll let you go for a little bit, because I know cases that have been medical where they didn't have any way to save both. I know somebody who got in a horrific car wreck when she was 3 months along, and the only way they could stop her hemorrhaging to death was to remove the baby so they could get at the damage.
Yeah.
I know somebody who had such a severe ectopic pregnancy that her heartbeat was actually tying to the babies and they were both dying.
Wow.
I know cases like this because of how long I've worked with these cases in my charity work in my real life.
Yeah.
So we can't.
Yeah. Can't do a total.
Can't ignore medical ones.
Yeah.
And this is Jenny. This is where I'm going to disagree with the way you said. Yeah. Thank you for adding that clarification on it, because there are medical cases. There's one I know who found out when she was a few months pregnant that she had cancer. She couldn't get the treatment and not kill the kid. She chose to carry it. Yeah. She died from giving birth because of the cancer damage, but the baby survived. And this is one of the people that I knew.
Yes, that's got a similar story. Then,
it's got to be, but in that place, it's got to be the mother's choice.
Yeah.
Because you can't force somebody to give their life like that.
Yeah.
So, and here's the other kind of side of this is abortion is kind of Pandora's box, and it's already been open. You know what I'm saying? And ask anybody who lived through like the 60s or the 70s, but pre-Roe v. Wade about getting abortion. It's like basically if we ban abortion wholesale, you're going to back alley abortions. You're going to I know someone who is a former nurse. Like coat hangers, you're talking about coat hangers. Like you're getting like all, like people are going to still seek them out. As much as I don't like abortions, I would if they're going to get them, I'd rather it be in a safe clinical environment.
Yeah.
Here's the other problem with that: these clinics are not safe. In fact,
that's another issue.
In fact, no, it's worse than that. In fact, the same people who say safe, legal, rare all the time, claiming that that's why they stand for it, are the same people who actually fought against a bill that would require abortion clinics to have a doctor on hand who could help in emergency situations and make them follow health code standards.
See, I'm all for.
Why would you fight that?
See, because I'm all for,
but they want it as much as they can.
Yeah, I'm all for safe, legal, and rare. I think that's a fair enough kind of policy stance.
If that was actually what we were trying to do, I would support that too.
It was a selling line.
It was a selling line, but it's not what they're actually trying to live up to, and that's the problem.
Yeah. It's like the gun argument where it's like, oh, we need common sense gun control, you know.
And then propose something that like, how does that come anywhere near common sense?
How did they do anything to help people and stop shootings by taking away bump stocks from disabled people who actually made it safer for them to handle the gun?
Or the
this relentless thing like, oh, we need to ban assault weapons when that's actually not illegal.
Oh, and by the way, to any Trump supporters out there, he was never good on gun rights. And he is the reason they banned bump stocks and went after a bunch of people's gun rights.
Yeah, I mean,
that was just not a friend of gun rights.
The bump stock was overturned in the courts, though.
Yeah, the bump stock ban was basically just a reaction to the Las Vegas shooting. Like that's all it was.
Yeah,
it was a knee-jerk reaction because the Las Vegas shooter used the bump stock in his attack.
But you know what else? research Trump's history, research the history of NRA and their ties to CARE and a lot of terrorist groups. There are good gun groups. The NRA is not them. They are a piece of shit, and they've actually hurt gun rights in several states while trying to claim they support them. They also are all on board on blaming video games, on blaming social media, on blaming mental illness, and trying to say anyone with any mental illness should never have a right to weapons and shit like that. NRA is a piece of shit. Gun Owners of America, National Association for Gun Rights are great groups, but fuck the NRA.
You know, like I was actually really surprised when Trump started using the video game defense. Like, what is this, the 1990s? Like, seriously, like we have at least 3 generations of people who have grown up with video games. Yeah. Video games have existed as a thing since the 70s.
That's like, gonna be part of Fortnite over here, and everyone just things wraps
like
up.
We have grandparents who are gamers, you know.
And MJ.
No, it didn't.
MJ.
No.
Assault weapons are a piece of shit term, and it's a bullshit term. B, that is not why gun crimes were going down. They were going down before that was ever passed, and that was because they were cracking down on the illegal guns that gang members had. That's why it went down. And the fact that they quit and they opened the border up even more, and they've stopped screening people for weapons as much at the border is why that's been going back up, not because of others.
And also, as far as military weapons in the hands of civilians, that was the whole point of the Second Amendment.
And by the way,
an army. They wanted that shit in the
none of those weapons that people are always claiming are assault weapons are fucking automatic. They're semi-automatic, and so is a pistol.
No,
B,
like you've seen the pictures. So, like you've seen the picture where they're going to AR-15.
One sec. A pistol is not going to fucking stop a grizzly bear attacking you in the woods. A pistol is not going to stop a group gang trying to attack and rape you.
No, unless it's
a pistol is very unstable to handle for anybody with neuromuscular or neurological issues because it doesn't have anywhere to brace it. It's less safe for those who are disabled to use for protection.
Whereas an AR-15
and shotguns are extremely unsafe. They're actually worse than semi-automatic weapons, rifles, and hunting rifles. They are scattered shot, and they're less able to be aimed.
Eagle, I just sent you a picture on Twitter. I think you'll want to show that one.
Yeah. No, years ago, ABC News did a thing about guns, and they did. It was actually slightly balanced for the time because they went to a gun range. Guys showed up. Yeah, but most people think the assault weapon, they're big, or these big ones. No, they're actually these little ones down here. 223, and they showed a watermelon, thing. Shot it with an AR-15, right through.
The only way I could show that right now is if you give me a screen share. I'm on a crappy laptop here.
They then shot the watermelon with like a 30-06. What watermelon?
So let me put this in context, Jetty, because this is something that most city folks don't understand. Shotguns are actually A, more dangerous than those. B, most gun crimes statistically are actually done with pistols and handguns. Including most mass shootings, actually.
And usually a 38 or something.
And the other thing is
this is the gun argument in a nutshell. This is basically the argument that gun arguments. This is the whole gun debate in a nutshell.
They're both the same gun.
They both have the exact same capacity.
They're the same damn gun, essentially.
Yeah, it looks like a non-stray hunting rifle, so it's okay.
Yeah. The only advantage the AR-15 has is less recoil because of the chamber.
By the way, that back system built like that with all the extra sections hanging down, the thing that makes to a lot of people it seem like such a military gun, that actually is what helps you stabilize your arm and keep from getting injured while firing it. It's actually safer for the user than the top one.
And you could fit that same magazine under the 14, so or something similar.
I say this stuff because I grew up in the mountains. I grew up in places where, look, I've been at my mom's place for the last 7 months. A, she's a psychotic neighbor who won't stop threatening us. She's in the middle of the mountains alone. There's no police nearby. And B, we've been having issues for the last several months with a mountain lion roaming all over her property randomly. I've had to face the mountain lion face on a few times. We have, when I was packing to come home Friday night last week, We were outside loading the car. I had my head in the car, and my mom started hearing the howling in the wind. By the time I got my head out of the car, you could smell dog all around you. We had a massive pack of coyotes just start roaming through town and trying to get everything. While we were trying to pack the car.
Yeah, when they
because
get in
it's
groups,
a small
they're
town.
brave.
It's a small town. They're not afraid because there's not tons of cars and people and everything there. Okay, give me 1 sec, Nick, and then I'll say goodbye to you because I gotta get to bed anyway soon. So this is a tiny town in the mountains, and the people don't understand, especially city folks, is even if you don't believe the government arguments and all that. Well, first of all, my family is the roots of Wounded Knee, so I really, really detest gun control, and I know it's racist roots. But B, if you live in those areas, you have no protection if you're disabled, elderly, women and stuff without these weapons. And even then, you have limited function for safety. You don't go outside without a weapon.
Yeah.
I gotta answer MJ's comment right there. Like
real quick, and then I'll finish my part.
So first off, the Second Amendment does not have it doesn't say anything about like muskets or anything at the time. Also, there actually were automatic weapons and semi-automatic weapons.
There's quite a
first,
of it, yeah.
By the way, the first machine gun was actually created in the 1750s.
Yeah, the advance in weapons was doing quite a while at that time.
Yeah. So like the whole for muskets, and whatnot.
Muskets were old by then. Come on.
But
the other big argument they like to do is like, they're only talking about militias. You've heard something called a semicolon? And like a provisionary clause.
You got to realize, a group of armed civilians guarding their neighborhood, a neighborhood watch, is also defined as a form of militia.
That's a militia, yeah.
So militia does not mean government; it just means a group armed protecting themselves.
Yeah,
militia has always been like a private group of people.
The other issue I was trying to get to right now, to all these people who are touting gun control. Our biggest issue with guns right now is the fucking open border and illegal guns pouring through it. And people who are not legal to own guns, who somehow pass background checks anyways and get them because the government doesn't tell people that this person's already committed multiple violent crimes. So the background check system and the government system isn't working. So we're supposed to give them more power to shut us down. And the reason this is such a big deal is we have this open border where weapons are pouring through. They want to disarm the civilians. Meanwhile, that open border has an epidemic right now of South American drug lords and traffickers who are specifically targeting Native women for kidnapping and sex trafficking. Our only defense is weaponry, and it's so bad against multiple tribes right now that it's actually extinction level. They're taking more of our people than are surviving.
The old line, when help is
we need weapons, more weapons, not less.
When seconds count, help is minutes away.
Yep. So it's kind of getting late for me, so I'm gonna pop off. Great discussion. It was nice meeting you, Captain Robert Engel. And then have a good one. Talk to you later.
Good night.
All right.
So that's why I get passionate on this issue, is because the less availability we have of weapons. The thing is that we're all tired of them, but here's the statistical fact on mass shootings. It is 97% almost of the weapons used in mass shootings are either illegally purchased or smuggled guns. They're not legally purchased almost ever.
They've also reduced the definition of mass shooting. Like if it's more than 2 people, it's a mass shooting.
Yeah, a lot of these things are counting as mass shootings.
They're deliberately.
I watched one where they're saying, well, there's all these. They listed like 6 different mass shootings at supposed schools. And what happened was each one of those cases you could track down to like an enraged ex-lover or a drug deal gone wrong or something, where a couple of people got shot, and it wasn't even in the school, it was near the grounds. So they're inflating the numbers intentionally as well. But the other issue with that is mass shootings always happen in gun-free zones because they want unarmed victims. Unarming the civilians while you're letting the criminals run around with guns is insane. It just means we're going to be sitting ducks. Now, I have one story to end this with that explains that situation, and this is in my home city back in Rapid. There was an attempted mass shooting on a church years ago, where this was a guy from the same family and the tribe that was the ones behind Mom being attacked as a teen. I told you about that.
Mm-hmm.
The girls that tried to torture my mother to death for being white, this was their cousin who did this shooting.
Great.
There's a history with this family, by the way. He specifically targeted a church he considered a white church. It was mostly people who were white or mostly white who were in it. This was absolutely racially driven, and he was trying to attack people for being white or Christian.
And less likely to be packing when they go in, right?
Well, that was his theory.
That's the theory.
The reason why it was an attempted mass shooting is because he was driven out by armed civilians in the church. He fled because they didn't want to fire unless they had to.
Yeah.
He died in a shootout with the cops a few hours later, where he killed 3 cops, 2 of whom were close friends of my brother. The reason he failed to mass murder women and children in a church was because they were armed.
That's the old
Guns
line.
that he had,
Yeah.
they did track the serial numbers on, and they were stolen from a gun shop in Mexico.
The old line, it's like the only thing stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun.
So when people tell me things about we want to stop the shootings, it's like, well, that was the only thing that stopped that shooting.
Yeah.
The only reason my dad stopped the pit bull that tried to attack Mom from psycho neighbor was because he shot it. And the only reason that I drove my ex away so he couldn't hurt me anymore was because I had legal weapons to chase him off. So this is something I'm passionate about. I go to my mom's house and my dad's rifle is under the headboard where I sleep. Because I'm ready for that neighbor to try something with her and try to hurt her. I told him when Dad died that he should have considered himself fortunate that Dad was the nice one and only shot the dog in the leg. That neither would be that fortunate if anyone tried to hurt my family when I was there. He's scared of me. I would never hurt anyone unless I absolutely had to. I hate violence.
Yeah.
But I also, anytime I'm at my mother's place.
Yeah. But in their case, you make an exception. Yeah.
Anytime I'm at my mother's place, I'm prepared for him to try something. I don't go outside because of the issue with both wild animals and him. I don't go outside without either a gun or a machete. That's how unsafe I feel there right now. And I don't like being that person. But until it changes, I'm going to stay that way.
Okay, and to break this a little more, back in the academic thing. Back when they were doing when they wrote the Second Amendment, they didn't just come back from a hunting trip. They had just fought a revolution against the biggest government on the planet. And we only got off on that one because Britain had other things to do. It's like, we'll let the Americans go for now. We got France to worry about. So they had a very big mistrust against standing armies. And I realized the only reason that we held up as long as we did is because the people were armed. Usually better armed than the actual military. In fact, it was perfectly legal in the segment yearly. It was perfectly legal to own cannons. Many people did. They would arm their merchants.
Actually, there are civilians who still own cannons.
Yeah, there's still a few out there.
But when Wounded Knee happened, there is documentation. They talk about it. There were survivors on both sides that fled. There were very few natives who survived, who got away. One of them who did would be my grandfather several generations back. He crawled out from under a pile of burning bodies with a gunshot wound in his leg to flee. He was a child.
Yeah, Wounded Knee could also be described when the 7th Cavalry got his payback for Little Bighorn. Because it was the 7th Cavalry that led the charge on that one.
Yeah, and they attacked women and children.
Yeah.
Who weren't even connected to the person who did the other battle. It was, if he hadn't managed to get out, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
That whole thing was based on the Indians are too much children. We shouldn't allow them to have weapons they could hurt themselves with. Hand them in for your own protection.
Mhm.
That's what it was argued as.
Yeah. That's why I see a lot of T-shirts, but turn your weapon, you picture of Indians and the thing, trust the government, turn in your weapons. Yeah, right.
Yeah, and my niece got in trouble for wearing one of those shirts.
Mm-hmm.
She's from this family.
Mm-hmm.
She was chastised for wearing a shirt. It didn't even say turn in your weapons. It was one of those that said
yeah.
She got in trouble for that at school, and
Mm-hmm.
my dad and my brother went ballistic going, no,
Mm-hmm.
look at what happened to our family. She's going to wear it, and we don't care what you think.
Mm-hmm.
We can't forget this government has a long tendency of liking to be genocidal to its own civilians.
Yeah. Yeah, we ain't got enough time to go through all the treaties they broke. Okay. Yeah.
Besides the fact that, you still don't have full rights as a native.
No.
We still have partial rights. They still control our medical, even if we're born off res. They still do all this other shit.
Mm-hmm.
I can only get out of the IHS system by getting married to somebody who wasn't native and in the tribe. That's not a way at all to try to make people get rid of their bloodline, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I get the issues and stuff in this, but where do we draw the line also? Because this government's record is bad.
Yeah, that's one of those things that, the government, they trying to make us atone for the slave of slavery and things like. I think we paid with that with over 100,000 American lives lost in the Civil War. Okay, we've had a black president elected and reelected. We got Clarence Thomas's second black Chief Justice. Okay, or not Chief Justice, but Justice of the Supreme Court. Yeah, plenty of black. We have atoned. Okay, we were just about there. OJ was a good example. Look, black guy got off murder. Okay, I think we finally reached the point. And they're dragging it back up because the professional outrage need a cause.
Look,
Indian issues, that is where we still need a lot of shit to make up for here. That is that we have not properly atoned for and needs to be dealt with.
People forget the forced relocation of natives into boarding schools, the taking native kids and adopting them out with no crime the parents committed and stuff. Mm-hmm. The boarding school issue was going on into the 90s. The native kids are still being taken often. Mm-hmm. That's still real. Yeah. When my sister was pregnant with my nephew in 98 and had him in the beginning of 99, she went into IHS for prenatal care because we were auto-enrolled to it, and she couldn't afford to try to pay out of pocket to the hospital because we weren't eligible to buy our own medical. Because we were eligible for IHS. Yeah. Pretty big catch-22 there, right? She goes in for prenatal care, and they have their questionnaire for the new mothers to fill out on their pregnancy. You have to fill it in with the answers provided only. You have to answer every question. And you cannot try to edit the answers or fill in extra stuff. And hello, Dad, man, sweetie. This is how they have it. You reach the part on personal behaviors. When you start reaching, do you, have you questions, when they're talking about things you do that could be harmful to your body. Yeah. They have no option on those questionnaires for saying that you do not drink. They're asking this of pregnant women. And then they use those questionnaires when the babies are born to say this mother was drinking while pregnant and take the kid.
Yeah, that the whole
part. Yes, there is an alcoholic issue with natives, but it is actually intentionally largely over dramatized to try to break our families.
And it's also you cut off everything. What else do they got left to do? You put them on this land. You cut off any opportunity to do anything. Like, what else are you gonna do? Fuck it, get drunk.
I remember. And this goes into the corruption of the government healthcare system in IHS. I was diagnosed with all the breathing issues and stuff quite young.
Mm-hmm.
And I was on inhalers, nebulizers, all this stuff
Mm-hmm.
most of my childhood. And the same doctor that first time was the one that diagnosed my asthma.
Mm-hmm.
They had funding shifts and they had less money. And he went abusive and gaslighting to try to convince me I didn't have something he himself had diagnosed, so I wouldn't try to get more meds.
Mm-hmm.
And I had an anxiety-caused attack of the asthma in his office while we were dealing with this.
Right.
And he started telling me I was a faker while I was gasping for air. My dad got kicked out of the hospital threatening to beat him to death with his canes.
Mm-hmm.
Little context to IHS and how they treat you and government health care. So my dad got kicked out of that hospital on 3 separate occasions for telling off the doctors when they screwed with me, by the way. My dad did not take it when people mistreated me.
Oh, God,
But
makes my time at the VA sound like a walk in the park.
I'm literally, if you're on Pine Ridge, and it still is to a degree, but it was worse when I was a kid, the tribal veterans in the res would rather hike and hitchhike 100 miles through the desert to get to the VA hospital than to go to the IHS one. It is that bad.
Imagine when I was in the VA with ruptured appendix. The emergency, I was seen by surgeons in the emergency room, and they figured with me, I'll probably have ruptured appendix. But the medical side wants to run some tests first. And they're asking my dad, do you think he might have AIDS? No, I don't think he's still a virgin. And meanwhile, I'm ballooning up like I'm 8 months pregnant because it's just
when my brother came back, and my sister's ex, but my brother, I've known him since I was a little kid, and he's still family to me. When he came back from serving, one of his teammates from his platoon was put on a wait list for getting a prosthetic leg so he could walk, because they weren't going to give it to him until they had the x-rays of the non-existent leg that got blown off before they would try to do it.
Sorry, that leg is no longer in country. Okay.
They literally made him go up on the table so they could x-ray the stump and the non-existent leg so they could give him this. It's fucking ridiculous. And they made him wait like an extra 6 months so they could put this x-ray through when it was overbooked.
Johnny Joy Jones on Fox pointed out an example of government. Okay, at the VA, you don't get good care. You don't get quality care. You get government care. They get you. You're filling out forms over there, and in the hope they eventually get tired and go away. I've given up on the VA. I don't even get my meds through them. Thankfully,
when I talk to you guys,
and now the VA will bill our hospital and doctor and go through that thing.
When I talk to you guys all the time about the things that I deal with medically, most of my allergies, most of my autoimmune issues, my infertility, my PCOS, my seizures, and all that came from a severe reaction to what they defined as a tainted diphtheria shot on the res. All of it was done to me by the government. And when that got investigated years ago, why did this keep happening to the Native kids? What are you actually giving them? What are you actually doing to them? And they got audited and they were told, we need these records. Suddenly the record storeroom burned down. And I have no medical records before my marriage. Tell me that they didn't do it on purpose. That they weren't experimenting on us. Tell me they weren't experimenting on me as a child because I was in IHS, which I was forced into at birth because my dad was a member of the tribe.
And it's not
and
like
people wonder why I hate the government. And people wonder why I hate the government. I never had a choice in having a family because of what they did to me. Besides the fact that my first memory is waking up in the hospital in excruciating pain on a metal table with lights in my face, trying to figure out why my brain feels like it was on fire. It was actually, it was burning the tissue in several places from the seizure. That's my first memory.
Yeah.
I don't have any memory of feeling innocent or young or safe or anything like that. I don't have any carefree memories. And that's because of what the government did to me.
Earliest memory I got is us moving, the day we were leaving Kansas to move to Colorado, and the truck is not moving. It's just sitting in the driveway, but I'm kind of trying to climb up the back of the truck. I'm 3 years old, but that is as far back as my conscious memory can go.
So we go through all that, and what do I learn from this? That they took everything from me in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
When I was too little to have any say in it. And I talk about infertility and the medical damage from IHS, and I'll get all these people on both sides will start coming, well, that's what you get for being on programs. That's what you get for taking handouts. It's like, well, first of all, I was a fucking child, whether or not parents taking handouts or not.
Yeah.
I was a child. I had no say in the matter of what was being done to me.
And a lot of times it's like you get into the program or you starve. Yeah.
And also,
Mm-hmm.
IHS and commodities are not fucking programs. They are required by treaty.
Mm-hmm.
To conflate them with welfare is ridiculous.
No.
But also, all these people going, well, what about all that tribal money you get? It must be nice. Like, first of all,
what tribal money?
Very few tribes actually have government checks. It's such a myth. And the ones that do, you have to live on the res to get them in the first place. And they do so much to your life in order for you to get it. It's ridiculous. But, I mean, do you know what I've gotten from the government for all the years of all the crap that they put me through for being Native? I got an extra $2,000 during COVID on an extra stimulus that was through the tribe. That's it.
Yeah.
Do you know how much all the medical and the meds and the special diet and the damage and therapy at times and other stuff
a lot more
that I've had to pay because of what the government's done to me is over $500,000. So let's talk about what I've gotten for being Native over the years. Yeah, there's no comparison.
Basically bent over a barrel and done without lube or even foreplay.
And that's what I try to explain to people. The stereotypes have got to end because we don't understand each other because we don't want to. We can do better. We can acknowledge, Republicans and right wing, please understand there are still racist fucking laws.
Yeah.
There are still civil liberty battles. We're not purged of all of them. Leftists, please shut the fuck up. Stop looking for reparations. Stop looking for more racial division. And stop acting like we're still the 1950s and we haven't gained any ground, because we have.
By going on about it, you're actually doing worse damage, because now at least there was the justification back in the 50s and 60s. Now there is none.
The further
they have reached the promised land. Okay, yeah.
The further we divide, the worse it's going to be. Are there still issues to different minority communities tied to the history of what happened in this country? Yes.
Yeah, but not where you guys are looking.
Do I think that those who have permanent genetic medical damage to the family line from the abuses they went through in the treaties and IHS, or even as those who were slaves whose families' lines were damaged by being experimented on, because they were in some places.
Tuskegee.
Do I think that they should be taken care of because that wasn't their choice to be put in that situation?
Yeah.
Yes. The only time I think we should be taking care of people is when there's irreparable harm to them that was not their choice, that was done to them because of it.
Yeah.
And there are still a few of us out there who have that damage. There was no medical issues in my family before the medical experimentation on the tribes started. And suddenly there's all of these conditions that are rampant, including muscular dystrophy.
Yeah.
And you don't think it could possibly be caused by genetic damage from being experimented on?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I think it is. I truly believe that's what did it, especially since the first person in the family to have muscular dystrophy had it after all these experimental meds that they got from the res.
Mm-hmm.
My grandmother, and I wish I could remember the name of the med right now. There was a med that they were pushing for prenatal care for a while back in the 50s through 70s, I believe.
Thalidomide, or
I can't remember the name.
that was pushed as an anti-nausea thing, and
it was pushed
also,
as something for medical treatment for pregnant women. I don't remember exactly what it was, but and she was told it was safe and it wasn't going to cause any damage, and there's no big deal. And this was, she took it when she was pregnant with my aunt. My aunt has issues that came from that, but it also caused a genetic defect in my aunt that killed 3 kids of hers and almost killed my cousin that I still have of hers.
Now, thalidomide was a big thing, and they result in little flipper babies.
Yeah, and it also caused infertility in the kids born when the parents were given it.
Yeah, thalidomide, what makes it a very good cancer drug, actually. I was pushing my dad to say, hey, get this, and then that wouldn't be about, no, I think if they'd done it, still be alive. But what it does is it restricts growth of new blood vessels in something, which is why, the fetus developing, it doesn't let the limbs grow. So they come out and they look like little, harbor seals.
But yeah, I mean,
it works great in the developing tumor. It chokes off the supply and the thing died.
Officially, all I'm legally allowed to say is that I had a tainted shot through IHS. Because I can't prove that they did it intentionally.
Well, especially
because they destroyed the records. And because I don't believe it. I don't believe
that
put that in the record.
What a careless thing with that cigarette. Oh, look, the whole thing's going in flames. Can someone find a fire extinguisher? No. Tried next door. Oh, man. Someone got some hot dogs?
I can't prove it, and I doubt it was in the records to begin with what they did exactly.
But there's no records.
But I can prove and show documentation that shows that the amount of people who have severe life-threatening or sterilizing side effects from medicine and shots is over 5 times higher in the tribes than it is with the rest of the population. Why is that?
Someone mentioned, oh, well, okay, how about we change this? And white man, here we go. It's new and improved. Don't worry about the other one.
I know people, family members who were told left, right, and center that this was a safe medicine. This is well tested. It's well documented. We're using this in hospitals all over the country. They're in the middle of nowhere in reservations with no power and no internet, no running water, phones or shit. They don't know. They're being told by the people who swear they're there to take care of them that this is well tested. It's well received. It's been run at this hospital. It's been run at this hospital. And they give them these meds and they're not even on the market yet.
And if the things go wrong, no one's going to hear about it because they're way out in the middle of nowhere with no internet, no connections.
And I know a lot of people who've had that happen to them. I've lost family members to the kidnapping epidemic. I've lost family members to weird experimental medical. And I lost my fertility to it. And the only baby I managed to conceive. So I know that this stuff's still happening. The group Brûlé, the music group, the leader of it, Paul LaRoche, is a Sioux man. He was taken from his family by force and put into an adoption. The parents that adopted him were not told. And in fact, they were lied to about what his genetic makeup was and what race he was. So they didn't know, nor did he, who he was or what he was. What he's pushing is what he calls unity through music, through reintegration of all races. He tells people constantly, I love my native family I've rediscovered. I love my white family who cared for me when no one else would. And that there's no wrong that either of these families have done to me. He wants people to realize that not everybody involved on either side knew what was happening. And that we need to get past the hatreds of old and find common ground.
Yeah.
This is a man who literally went through all the horror shows that they talk about for Native kids.
Yeah. It only takes a couple of assholes in one place, to screw up everything. Yeah.
But he still wants to unify the races and stand together in tolerance and love.
Yeah.
That to me is a real man.
Yeah.
Because he's not letting himself become that which he reviles. He's not letting himself become the bigot.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we have to find common ground. We have to find common ground because we're all people.
Mm-hmm.
And all this reminders of the past and all this pushing the divisions of the past and intensifying the lies of the past is intentional. It is created to divide us. Look, 15 years ago, I did a deep dive historical study on the lynching deaths that occurred during the time after the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
And at that time, you could find all this documentation on all of these white families that were lynched defending black ex-slaves, black runaways, and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
There was documentation on all these families where it wasn't just they went after the parents. They lynched, murdered, hung, and burned entire white families, including children and babies, for defending blacks.
Mm-hmm.
These people's history is being erased. One by one, they're being removed from the books, and every year they're toting the lines more to blacks only having it happen to them and erasing the whites every year. You can't do that.
Yeah.
These people died doing the right thing to help people, and you're now going to try to make them the enemy.
Well, when they start knocking down the statues of Lincoln and Frederick Douglass, his statue got attacked. What do they teach you anything in these schools? Or you're just going after statues? Must be no white guy. No, that's Frederick Douglass. He was an ex-slave.
Well,
a big abolitionist. Learn your fucking history.
To be fair, Lincoln was a flaming racist to natives. He was abusive as hell to natives, and he is the reason the Sioux got forced into the conditions we're in.
Oh yeah.
So he did good things for blacks. He hated the hell out of natives.
Razorfist is a great video on Lincoln. It's like great emancipator, a great dictator it was. Okay.
All the comments people have made about the Sioux breaking treaty and stuff and why we're in the conditions we're in now, that's not what happened. What happened was multiple fold. This is what it started as. A group of renegades started attacking women and children along the settlements in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
To understand Indian renegades, Indian renegades were the people who were exiled from different tribes for violent crimes or sexual crimes.
Mm-hmm.
The tribes did not claim them. They were not part of the tribe. They were dishonored and kicked out.
Yeah.
So they would band together from multiple tribes and run around and commit crimes.
Mm-hmm.
They were lawless, tribeless monsters. That's what they were.
Yeah.
And there's a history of that too, because the interactions with the renegades is also what caused the 600-year war between the Cherokee and the Sioux.
Yeah.
Because the Cherokee made a peace accord with them, and the Sioux hated the renegades so much that anybody who made peace with them was also their enemy.
Yeah.
So the Sioux were blamed for these renegade attacks. One small little Dakota tribe, Dakota, mind you, was leaned on by the government about it, saying, well, we found people who had stuff from your tribe's artifacts here. It's like, two of the leaders made an agreement with the military heads where if they agreed it was our people and sent in several dozen of the members of the tribe for trial, they got millions of dollars. They sold out their own people, and 38 citizens of that tribe were sent to face trial for these murders and attacks that happened in a place that they didn't live in, that they weren't connected to. And the man who signed off on executing them with no evidence was Lincoln, first of all. Second of all, this treaty, which was selling people for money, let's be honest, was done with one small offshoot tribe of the Dakota Sioux. Dakota, Lakota, and Nakota are not the same tribes at all.
Yeah.
They are three heads of very different groups. They're from the same overall racial background, but they are very, very different tribes and have never been connected for a very, very, very long time. You might as well just say that anyone of any Norwegian background are all the same.
Yeah. You're a Viking. No, no.
You're all Celts, so you're all
Yeah.
the same.
Mhm.
Or hey, all of you Germanic tribes, you're all the same.
Yeah.
No, we're not the same. We don't get along. We're not a part of the same.
Yeah.
And so this is a big thing anyways. Now, to understand the Sioux Nation, you have the main tribe name, which the name was actually a French translation of a slur used on us from other tribes.
Mm.
It is a racial slur. First fact.
Yeah.
But let's go from that for now, because I'm not going to get into trying to teach the pronunciation and the correct tribal name and all that for each tribe.
But the name Apache was actually a Hopi word for enemy. They didn't call themselves Apache.
This is much worse than that. I'll just put it that way.
I'm sure it is, but it's an example.
But and so the word Sioux is literally a French translation of a vicious slur that was used against the tribes in this belt. So we can go from that anyways. But under the Sioux banner, you have the three under tribes. You have Dakota, and Lakota, and they have very different cultures. Within the three main tribes, each tribe has multiple sub-tribes. That's why when I tell people about the tribal heritage I am Oglala Lakota Sioux. The Brule are another Lakota tribe. They're separate from mine.
Yeah.
And Rosebud, Standing Rock, Pine Ridge, Brule, all these reservations on South Dakota are not the same Sioux tribes. Which is funny how many of those tribes I have relations on. Tells you I'm not just the Oglala, but that's a whole other long, complex conversation.
Years go by, Hatfields and McCoy start marrying and having kids together. So, that.
Or McCarthy and the history of Billy the Kid on mom's side, but that's a whole other story. Anyway.
I think Brushy Bill Roberts was Billy the Kid. He's been denied a parole.
Just saying, I go to my dad's side and I'm related to great chieftains of the past, the warriors that protected the land, the medicine men who were honored, the female braves. I go to mom's side and I'm related to people like Benedict Arnold and Billy the Kid. Anyway. Let's focus this back to where I was. So you have the sub-tribes. This little Dakota offshoot makes this accord. And Lincoln tried to use it to say, you've all been paid for your lands, and signed an order to force every Sioux tribe in all three umbrellas onto reservations. When we fought against that, the fighting against forcing us onto the reservations for a treaty we did not make and did not profit from is where the slur Indian Gaver came from. It was a slur against my tribe for defending ourselves for being forced onto a treaty we did not sign.
Yeah. So
there's a bit of context there. And so when I say, you see that image float around every few years where they show, oh, look at these dreamers showing their love for America. And they show the brown people flipping off Mount Rushmore. Those are Lakota people. And it's a tradition for the military guys in the tribe to flip off Lincoln when they go by there. Those are American soldiers that did it. And this is our homeland. So I get really pissed when I see that one go around and they go back to your homeland. It's like, bitch, this is our homeland. In fact, that picture's in our Holy Land. And the reason it's flipped off isn't just what Lincoln did to our tribe. It's the fact that the mountain they built that on was the mountain of the Seven Fathers. It was literally the holy mountain signifying our ancestors that they built it on.
And we carved 4 presidents into it.
And they intentionally went for the presidents that would offend the tribe the most. It was an intentional thing. So, guess what? A lot of us still flip it off. And we're going to keep doing it. And if it offends you, don't look. Sorry. And that's not a racial thing. It's not anti-American.
No, it's personal. No.
In fact, if you go to Crazy Horse during the summer when they do the laser show at night, they end the laser show at Crazy Horse Museum and Monument every night of the summer with a tribute to the military with God Bless America with tribal drums through it. We love our land. We love our country. We just don't like some of the shit our government is.
Yeah, the government is full of fucking.
But natives as an overall population, and my tribe higher than most of them in this regard, are the highest pro-life, pro-gun, and we have the intensely highest military rate.
Yeah.
To the point now where we are about, I think they were saying that Native American at this point is about 1 point some odd % of the population. We are almost 19% of the population in the military now.
Yeah.
We love our country.
Yeah.
We just want to make it better.
Yeah, that's one thing. You want to deal with any racist feelings, you got to join the military. Because minority populations are way out of whack, as far as percentage-wise in the military than they are in the regular population.
That was the other thing. Everyone talks about the Navajo code talkers. They do realize there were 7 tribes doing that, right?
Yeah.
And Navajo, were not the main tribe doing it. In fact, they had a third the population count doing that the Lakota did. You go through Crazy Horse, and in the museum, they actually have the military books on the code talkers and which tribes were involved in it on display that you can actually read through and see the history on.
So whenever the Japanese would capture, a native who spoke languages, they try and use them to translate what the hell these messages and think, I don't know what they're talking about, iron birds and eggs and what the hell. We have no idea what they're talking about.
So there's a long history here, and we all know what you actually know what AIM was, right?
Roughly, yeah.
Basically the native version of BLM.
Yeah.
And including the terroristic side, honestly. AIM had riots on the reservations and race wars on the reservations. They were trying to purify the res of outsiders and those they considered too racially impure. Okay?
Yeah, Russell Means is a very big, which is confusing why he tolerated word Churchill, because what Russell Means was one of those, if you're not full blood, you're nothing.
According to my mom, when she knew Russell after his prison time, he was no longer a blood purist as he was in the 70s.
He mellowed a bit.
My mom knew him after his prison time. My mom also was living on Standing Rock as one of the only white people on the res during his riots when he was on Standing Rock in the 70s. She was in the middle of that as one of the only white people there. So that's where the whole what she went through and being tortured and beaten and all that for being white came from, was she was there in the AIM riots. So, like I said, it's very complicated. I mean, technically, bigotry exists in all groups. And the thing is that the race quantifying, the race purity stuff is really heavy in a lot of minority groups right now. And the thing is, most minority groups, it's actually contrary to our cultural beliefs and our cultural heritage. But because of their hatred towards certain groups, this quantifying you're not black enough, you're not native enough and shit has gotten really out of hand. And that's why as bad as a lot of the stuff I've seen from a lot of these white allies and shit, or the alt-right, which is absolutely real, because holy shit. Even with that, the bigotry's higher right now from fellow minorities than it is the white side. When I talk about the alt-right and people say that's not real, it's like,
No, it's not as big as people think, but it's there, and they have effect.
In Des Moines,
Mhm.
right after the 16 election, they had the first cops murdered in over 40 years.
Mhm.
There were 3 cops that were systematically hunted down and murdered in their cop cars by this guy.
Mhm.
The guy who did it was heavily a Trumper. He was an ex-Paul bot, if you remember the Paul bots.
Mhm.
Those were the hardcore Rand and
Paul,
Ron Paul bots, the
Mhm.
ones who everything was evil if it was government, and they actually were kind of turning white nationalist.
Yeah.
He was an ex-Paul bot gone Trumper
Mhm.
that did this.
Yeah.
He hunted down and killed 3 Hispanic cops.
Mhm.
He was the best friend of one of my neighbors, and he was somebody I dealt with in my caucus work. I know exactly what he was, and he was absolutely as in the tank for the Republican side and right as you could get. And when this hit the media and people talked about what he was, everyone said, "Oh no, he's a plant. He's not really one of us." It's like, no, he is. No, he is. I know exactly who he is. And then his best friend was completely shut down by the cops a few months later and in prison for over 10 years for drug dealing and had his house seized. So these guys were really wonderful people. Out of the 3 guys I kept having to deal with that were the reason I always stayed armed over here, because they were threatening to me for being mixed, and they were threatening my god kids for being black kids with me. Out of those 3, all 3 went to prison for violent crimes. So, yeah, it's real. It's not the numbers people portray, but it is real. It absolutely is. Yeah. And look, I don't like either side, but I don't want to condemn a side for stuff that they didn't actually do.
Yeah. Here's where I kind of, because these are identified, these are fringe. They are not embraced. On the left, though, they mainstream them. They're violent nut jobs. They try, this is where we get really.
Someone
like Bobby Kennedy Jr. is downright moderate compared to that, and they're trying to draw him. No,
I published a list a few years ago that I have to find again. This was the insane racist shit that both sides have said to me. Things from the over hippy-dippy view of natives all being tree-hugging pacifists, and somehow we're all in tune to nature and we're like spirit walkers and everything, and crap that the hippies try to post, through the you're all savages, you were all rapists and slavers and all this shit that the right says. And the insane level of some of these comments. So literally people who said things like, "You're native, but you live in the city." I've literally been told by people I can't be native because I don't live on the res. It's like,
which has what to do with what? Do you hear yourself saying these words?
It's like, so you're just telling me that I've gone off the reservation. And about the time I say that, they all kind of stop and look at me like, oh shit. It's like, really? You went straight to that.
Steph's awake now.
Yeah, I've heard her a few times recently. And obviously she liked that one as much as you did.
Yeah, she's also on a bit of a delay, though, because I started laughing. Doing something rather heart-wrenching.
She's usually about 5-10 seconds behind us. So I'm just like, seriously, you just went straight to the you're off the reservation line. Really?
Yeah.
Holy shit. I mean, and it's like, but I made this list. I'm going to see if I can find this, because some of these comments were just so freaking insane.
Does any tribe meet the hippy-dippy, version of, we just let to me? Because there's several examples. In some cases, native activity did far more damage than anything the whites did. You can still see the scars of, what this tribe did over in this area.
Nobody.
There was just as much exploitation of the land. The only difference was the level of technology involved.
I will see if I can find this.
The brutally honest assessment of, you stole the land. Yeah, right of conquest. Just like they stole from another tribe when they fought them.
But but at the same time, our rights with our tribes, it was
I know,
very rare to go to the genocidal levels that they did to us, and there's where
I know, yeah, it did cross several lines, over the, but you stole this land.
I'm seeing if I can find this list real quick because it's oh, I can actually. It was in apparently 2018, so a year before you guys all met me. Have a good night, MJ. So I said, use your brain. Things the morons on both sides say about natives that are either bigoted, stupid, or just need to end. How heaven on earth, I wish I was making these up. Everything here are things I have had people directly say to me, and I am skipping the more vulgar ones.
We're 3 hours in. Go ahead.
No, that was what I wrote on this. I actually skipped them in the list because I posted this where my mom reads.
Oh, boy.
Number 1. Like, what % are you really? 2. I come from a real live Indian princess. They didn't exist.
No.
There's no such thing. 3. You guys own slaves as well. Some tribes did. Some tribes didn't. Just like some tribes in Europe did. Some tribes didn't. Slavery is a human behavior, but it also is complicated because what true slavery is not what all people had in conquest.
Nothing. Generally, it was,
Yes, there were prisoners of war taken in the Lakota culture, but they could earn citizen rights and full tribal membership to the tribe or go free after so long, as soon as you were sure they weren't going to basically bring the enemy back on you.
Yeah.
So that wasn't slavery. The women that stayed with the Sioux actually wanted to stay with the Sioux. Yeah. Hi, Parrot Head, sweetie. So it's more complicated than that.
There's more captives than slaves. Yeah.
4 goes more into the bigoted side you'll get. You were conquered. You don't have any rights.
Okay. No. That kind of goes like, when the Indian affairs were handled by the army, things were not as shitty because it treated the tribes as captive nations. When it went to civilian hands, that's when it took a real nosedive. No, they're just wayward little children. We need to treat them like idiots. And
Number 5, once someone is conquered, it's not their homeland anymore.
Technically, maybe.
No, it's still your homeland. It may be you may be displaced from the land, but it doesn't change that that's where you're from. That doesn't change that that's your land. That's like saying if somebody breaks into your home and kicks you out and tries to close it off and squatter it, it's not your home anymore. Yeah. That's stupid.
It's like, now think about it. It's like, well, I tend to think of England, frankly, as my family left there in 1666.
Or number 6, which is great. If you don't love all of America's history, just get out.
Nobody with half a brain, no matter what country you're from, you're not going to love every bit of your history. Especially if you had any English in you.
She saw me flip off the camera. She saw me flip off the camera. I heard that.
There is a lot of stuff in British history that's like, oh my God.
Number 7. Number 7. Aren't all natives just naturally connected to nature? You too, Steph. Number 8. All tribes are tolerant.
Okay.
I really wish I was making some of these up. And this is people from all ends of the political spectrum who said this dumb shit to me. Number 9. All natives have about the same culture. Yeah. Hi, Jedi, sweetie.
I think I destroyed that just talking about the Sioux. Okay.
Yes, the British were jerks to a lot of different people.
Oh, the British have pissed off every ethnicity and nationality on the planet at one point or another. Okay. That is one thing Britain excelled at. Okay.
Women weren't actually allowed to be braves. No, that's false. Yeah. Some tribes were stricter on that than others, but most tribes, women could be braves. In fact, the females that were braves were those who were taking back the honor they lost by not being able to have children. And it was not actually that uncommon.
And a lot of times it's like, we need able bodies. I don't care what you're packing down below. Can you do a bow? You need a shoulder rifle? Guess what?
I wish this one was made up, or at least it wasn't said in this asinine phrasing. I told somebody about my Sioux heritage and that I was Native American. They stared up into space with Native American for a moment, and then went blank and silent for a moment, then looked down and went, "Didn't you all die?" It's like, yes, I'm a ghost, sweetie. I'm here to haunt you. It's like, what the fuck? You're looking at me and asking if I'm dead. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Like I just reeled in a coelacanth. It's like, oh my god, I found one. There's nothing.
Yeah, I love natives. I had a native give me an eagle feather once. No, you didn't.
No, because
fucking no, you didn't. They're medals of honor, and nobody gave you one unless you earned it. In which case, you'll have documentation with it.
Yeah.
Fucking no, you didn't, liar.
That's
you know.
Illegal. It is illegal to post.
We can collect them. Yeah. We can own them, and people we give them to can have them. Yeah. But you're not getting one from a native unless you get it from the tribe, and they will certify it for you.
Because even if I found an eagle, like say that eagle I saw in Daytona, and if I had pulled over and said, "Oh, look, a feather," if I picked that up, I would be in trouble. Just having
I can legally own eagle feathers.
Yeah.
But guess what? I have actually collected eagle feathers and sent them to the tribe to use for the medals. I still won't keep one unless I get it awarded. We take that very serious. Yeah. That's something natives take seriously.
Yeah. So like it's not like I had to kill. If I just found the eagle feather fell off, I could not touch that thing, or it's like I'd be in trouble with the federal government.
Yeah. Or here's the great one. You just claim you're native to get money, don't you? Don't you all get casino money for free?
The potential for that is why I'm actually all in favor of the casino development on trains, but it's the application is like it doesn't always work out that well. Yeah.
The reservations aren't poor. Lots of them are rich off these casinos.
The ones that have the casinos and it only goes one way, usually the rest of the reservation is still, third world situation.
There's like 3 tribes, literally 3 tribes out of hundreds.
Yeah.
That actually have rich reservations where the people are making a lot of money off of them. I actually didn't know that part about you, by the way, Parrot Head. It's actually interesting. You're native, but you look so white.
Yeah, shall we discuss the albinism thing again here?
So you're native. So how much do you really drink?
It's like not much, but it's going to start right up.
Never.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
Have. I'm looking at him going, because of race, you dumb fuck? I mean, oh my God.
Yeah.
It's okay what happened because natives were warring before white man came. And I could war with you now. You want me to show you how to scalp properly? We didn't start that either, but I can do it. Look, we did not start scalping. A bunch of French bastards did, but we sure fucking perfected it.
It's like basically you grab your hair, kind of get right there on the thing line, then pull.
And you know why that was started? Because the government had a bounty out where they were paying people for Indian pelts.
Yeah. And it's easier to bring back a scalp than an entire head.
So yeah, let's talk about that one. Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah.
The West was Mexico's. Oh, this is one of my favorite tirades.
Maybe down south in Arizona.
This is them trying to claim that this land was Mexico and the Hispanic and Mexican culture. That's what was originally here. When the West was stolen from Mexico. Let me get this straight to you people. What's in Mexico now is a mixed race that's mostly Hispanics from Europe with a little bit of native mixed in. They were never the original people to the north, including the tribes that are mixed in were always South American.
Yeah.
When they were up here, What happened was, after the conquistadors killed most of those tribes and enslaved them, they decided they didn't have enough. So they started to come up the West Coast and in to try to take over.
Mm-hmm.
Europeaners from the other side came in the other direction and came in and sandwiched the tribes in the middle. What you have is this argument between whether the West is the U.S. land or Mexico. So what you basically have is the equivalent of two burglars breaking into a house 10 minutes apart and fighting over who owns it while the owner's tied up.
Mm-hmm.
You dumb fucks. Anyway.
Yeah.
And I have Mexican blood too, so fuck you, I can say that. I mean, just saying.
We did my breakdown. I'm so English, I bleed tea. Okay.
So you're native. So, like, you don't use modern medicine?
I need a drink. Hold on.
You're like, if I have to keep hearing this list, I need some booze.
I need, well, not booze, but many other Coke. Hold on. Like I said, just, I don't want anything caught on camera. I don't want caught on camera. So, yeah. And I
wish I was kidding about this list. I'm really not. And this was like off the cuff. I typed this list up in a few minutes, and there's many more I could add to it.
Oh. I mean, the camera angle probably wouldn't say anything, but I don't want to risk it. Okay. Yeah.
Told this woman about being Lakota, and she looks at me and goes, "So you hate technology?"
Oh, God.
All natives live such pure lives. Please, if you genuinely believe that, God, come with me. I have some oceanfront property for you in the Badlands, and I have some family members who would love to sell it to you while they're drinking off their asses. I'm just saying. Please.
Nice little beach house looking at Mount Rushmore. Yeah.
If you think we're such pure, sweet, innocent people, please actually watch the movie Thunderheart, because that's about the issues that were happening in that era. That was about the AIM era.
Mm-hmm.
Val Kilmer actually spent months on the res studying with the tribal family members from AIM and from what happened.
No.
And that's actually about my family. Yeah. And if you know what the shit was going on then, it's not fucking pure. Please understand. It's not fucking pure.
I'm still hey, it's a Washington Redskin.
These get even worse in some places.
Mm-hmm.
We won, therefore you should be happy you have any rights.
Ooh. That's just ignorant. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're all Asian, or you all just came from the land bridge anyways. Or this claim like they're trying to pretend that all the tribes that were here before were all wiped out and it's just Asians left. First of all,
no.
Blackfoot and Blackfeet tribes are African. They came over on a settlement that's already been documented and proven. They are not Asian or Native American, but they've mixed enough with both of those by now that they have blood of all of it.
I must have won one hell of a canoe. Okay.
Long time ago, and when land was in different places, migrations happened all the time. There's weird things out in this world.
Tor Hiredo, where are you when we need you?
Cherokee have at least part of the tribal heritage is Jewish. This has been proven through all kinds of stuff. Some of the tribes came from Asia. Some of them were here before. I know the tribes that were here before were not all wiped out.
Yeah.
Were there some tribes that are fully wiped out whose DNA pattern is not found here? Yes. But that doesn't mean all of us that were here first were. Just like they claim that the Lakota and the Sioux came to the Dakotas in the 1800s. No, peaches. We came back here in the 1800s. We were from here. We're guardians of here. Our tribe, our culture, our history, our religion, our base here. We left for hundreds of years to explore the continent and find out what else was out there.
And then decided, nah, we'll go home.
Well, this was a goal of the tribe, was to find out what we believed it was part of our sacred duty, because we considered ourselves the guardians of the Holy Land here. Part of that sacred duty was to know what all was within the creation. What all was given to us by the Great Spirit. Hi, Geek Hero, sweetie. You can come in if you want. to. I can throw the link back in chat. I haven't done that in a while.
Yeah, it might be up. Yeah.
But so we started around the racetrack in the Black Hills, and the tribe traveled for over 1,000 years. It traveled all of this landmass, all the way up into Antarctica, all the way down into South America. In this slow migration around and around and around for hundreds and hundreds of years. And there's documentation, there's artifacts, there's Lakota words mixed into different tribal tongues all over the continent. We started here. We left for a while. The fucked up thing, the tribe that we wiped out that was here when we came back was us. It was the part we left behind that decided they weren't going to let us come back. You want to talk about a civil war?
Yeah.
We went to explore, and they came back and they said, "You're not really our brethren that left. We're not letting you in."
Like, oh hell no. Yeah.
So both sides attacked each other, and one got wiped out, and one lost about half of their population. And by the time we were done, we lost about 3/4 of our tribe.
We won.
That's not innocent by a long shot.
No,
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
We may have won, but what the fuck did we lose? We're not innocent in this regard. I don't think my people are innocent historically. We have our fuck ups, and that's a big one. So, and you guys are welcome to come in while I go through the rest of this crazy list.
There's one archaeologist who worked with Time Team a lot, Francis Pryor. He would, for a while, I haven't done anything lately, but he had the theory that
there's the other
England
side.
was not constantly invaded all the time. He had three main ones: the Romans, the Vikings, and the Normans, the Romans, and the Vikings. Not in that order, obviously. But the whole thing about the Anglo-Saxon, that the evidence isn't there.
The other side of this whole discussion: everyone comes from Africa, or aren't you just African who lost their way? Look, that whole theory of all life starting in Africa has no scientific proof. It started with the Fiver movement, which is a black supremacy group.
Yeah. I think it's the same bunch trying to say that Cleopatra was black. No.
Love you too, Parrot Head. No. Let's be freaking honest. No, there's no African on my side.
Yeah.
This is the one that pisses me off. These people pushing that supposedly there was a Native American zodiac. Because they're trying to bastardize the medicine wheel into one.
Yeah.
That pisses me off like all hell. There's no astrology in our culture.
Yeah.
There's no tribe that had a zodiac. The closest you have to that is a zodiac that was in South America in the far land, and most of the zodiac they have was a combination of their Hispanic and Asian roots. So no, we don't have a fucking zodiac.
Yeah, I think a lot was taking the current zodiac and then sticking the Native American stuff on it.
Yes, it was, and they're trying to promote that it's actually native, and it's not.
Like, no, it's a marketing scheme. Yeah.
You're wrong on that. Some tribes had royalty.
No.
No, in fact, we didn't have the concept of royalty. It didn't exist in our cultures. We'd never heard of such a thing. While whether or not you love the tribes or not, the chiefdoms, even when they were inherited, you had to earn it. And you still could be usurped from the people if you didn't.
It's like, stop listening to Disney movies. Okay.
Yeah, fuck Disney entirely.
Princess Tiger.
All the tribes live off Uncle Sam.
Living ain't good if that's the case. Yeah.
I probably should put this banner up while we're having this conversation.
Yeah.
Anyways, so there was that.
And they still haven't found the Zodiac killer, and they can't say what the hell he was. Okay?
She saw the banner.
Yeah.
Then the one we already discussed a little bit tonight. IHS is welfare, and if it screws you up, it's your fault for taking handouts.
Yeah.
Sit on it, spin. When you reach the elbow, the ride's done. Scream my name while I bitch slap you off. Anyway.
It's like, don't make me stand up and tell you what you can suck, okay?
Number 30. The reses are full of drunken rapists. Yeah, that's a real thing. That was said to me.
Yeah.
Hi, TJ. I'm just right now listing stupid, asinine, bigoted, moronic statements that people on both sides have said to me over the years because I felt like mocking idiots. I should be asleep. I took all kinds of medicine that should put me to sleep, and I am kind of seeing dust trails from the muscle relaxer, but I am hyper. So what we gonna do, right?
we're riding that adrenaline wave out, so
I still have to raise another about 4,000 to deal with my camera and computer, so might as well suck every little bit of monetization I can get off of this that I can, right?
And I'm piggybacking on there. I could, somebody's gonna have this on as the background as as noise. So
31, and you're going to know how much I hate this as soon as I say it. You're Indian. You mean like Elizabeth Warren? I hate that bitch. God, I hate that bitch. Thank you. I hate that woman so much. I hate that fucking fraud bitch. Swiss Miss on crack, I swear. I mean,
God.
Anyway,
oh my.
I wouldn't know about native cultures. I don't follow New Age. Sheila. And yes, that was about 3 languages I was just rambling in at once. Yeah.
You get this position just about right here.
33. All the tribes believed in multiple gods.
Yes, Great Spirit, the 7 Dwarfs, right? Yeah. Oh, God.
See what you can do to yourself, people, when you say shit like that? Right here. Have fun. Have fun.
Yeah. One of the problems some of the missionaries had in Christianizing the tribes is so much of what they started preaching. Yeah, we already believe that. They got no traction.
Powwows aren't really native. It's just something you made up for tourists and money.
The current ones, maybe.
No, even do they do them for tourism and money? Yes, but they always existed. They're based in the real culture.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Parrothead.
Oh.
Oh my God. Oh my God, Parrothead.
Oh.
Yeah. Actually, ironically, my husband does actually have some native blood.
Yeah.
That is actually documentable. So there is that. He's not completely white boy. He just never knew the culture. Dream catchers are witchcraft. Yep.
If you cast that net pretty broadly, okay, fine. Your point.
No. They still don't qualify.
Very broadly.
They still don't qualify unless you're following some myth you heard that isn't true. But that falsehood was repeated in Once Upon a Time on ABC, where when they brought native stuff in and brought in the dream catchers, they portrayed them as satanic black magic and soothsaying. Fuck Disney, by the way.
Yeah.
And the thing is that when that show started, I liked it, and then they did that shit, and I'm like, fuck you.
Bye.
Fuck you. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck you. And this statement also has to be said because it has to be said.
Yeah. Well, technically, he is he was born in Africa, and he is a citizen by now, right?
Parrothead, you're a shameless asshole.
Yeah.
Well, and again, there's so much intermingling, even with the slave class and the masters, that most of these aristocratic families that had black slaves have black blood in them.
Yeah.
But medicine men are just another name for shaman. Medicine men were based in learning about plants and science and how plants affected you scientifically, so you could create medicine to treat them. While some have prayers, it was prayers for the sick while you were treating them. It was not witchcraft. It was not mysticism, which is what a shaman is.
Yeah.
It's not the same fucking thing. It's completely separate regions of the world and a completely different culture. Okay. I'm good.
It's kind of like
all Mother Earth culture-based religions are the same.
Okay.
You see this? If you really think that all cultures that believe in Mother Earth and caring for her are the same, try shoving this up your ass sideways. Please, just go for it and see how far you can get it in. I'll give it a hefty kick if you need help. In fact,
we'll get some 10W40 for lube. How about that?
I cannot believe I'm saying this one. Was said to me with a straight face. Your people were worse to blacks than white people were. They tried to conflate the fact that there were three tribes, used the loophole so they could get some slavery to take back some of what was taken from them. And one of them was one of the offshoot tribes of the Cherokee. I'm not 100% on if that's the side of my family that's Cherokee or not, because they got mixed together during the Trail of Tears. So I can't guarantee I have no family that was involved in that. It's still highly unlikely.
Yeah.
But 3 tribes had a few black slaves. The Barbary pirates wiped out over 60 tribes, enslaving them and selling them in Africa and Europe. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Because that was blacks targeting natives during the slavery trade. Fuck you. So as a native, how young were you when you started drinking? Not kidding. And apparently not as young as you were, because your brain cells are fried. Pissed them off.
Yes, it's an old Lakota version of the bar mitzvah. Here, gallon of firewater. Now you are a man.
Oh, the tribes aren't really that bad off. You see the sunshine and lollipops shooting out my ass at you? Try eating them, please. Try eating it, please. Sorry. I think the muscle relaxers have loosened up my tongue a bit.
Oh. What? Hold on. She wants the light turned on. Again, now I really got to, definitely. I'll be back in a bit.
Anime, I don't know what you're thinking right now. This is me on muscle relaxers, so what can I tell you?
Oh, God. Oy. Oh, God.
Hey, cool. When I take a drink, I see dust trails in my vision. I mean, that's the meds kicking in, isn't it? Okay. I'm going to wait on this list till he gets back, because it still has some good ones. It's so weird. It's so weird. Hey, Senate, how you doing, sweetie? Sunshine and lollipops are shooting out my ass. Now lick it, bitches. Just say, you can suck this.
You are on a delay. Jesus Christ. Okay.
I don't know why I just sang that, but yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay, she just caught up to the sunshines and lollipops bit. All right. Okay, we're back.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just made myself laugh. I think I am a bit giddy from the meds.
Oh, God.
I have to brace myself on this one because this one will get me ranting. This was one of the guys that was working in the BLM hierarchy.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very black guy who looked right at me and told me that I was just a worthless prairie ender who gets more handouts than black people do.
I think it'd be, where are these handouts and why do I not see them?
I told him, if you think I'm getting all these handouts, great. Give me some handouts so I can actually get them.
Yeah.
There was one woman who was throwing a tantrum on Twitter about how, look at what we've done to natives. We've taken so much from them. We should be giving them more and stuff. You shouldn't oppose taxing people to give more to the tribes. I said, fine. You think natives need more shit? Then give me your money, bitch. She blocked me. So that was a case of do as I say, not as I do, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is like,
I just know I have to be part native. I feel really connected to animals.
Shall I bring up that one version of Closer from 9 Inch Richards?
I know, right? What the fuck? I mean, look. I
wanna fuck you like an animal.
Oh fuck! That hurt my lungs.
There was another. There was some. I don't know, some DJ somewhere, but he did it's a perfect parody of AC/DC's "Dirty Deeds."
Done with sheep.
Done with sheep.
I know it.
Yeah. Sounds just like Bond. I think. Dirty Deeds. Done with sheep.
Senate. That's Captain Robert April. He used to do more stuff with like Midnight's Edge in them, but that's a long time ago. And sorry, we won't get into.
My tech was
right,
not
Anime
I
Night.
never got back.
Right, Anime Night. Where's my fucking money, bitch? They always tell you, well, you have to respect what people identify as. So I always go, fine. I identify as a rich bitch. Give me your money. For some reason, they block me when I say that. I don't know. I'm part native. I mean, I could keep a beat at a powwow when I was 5.
Oh, God.
I really wish these were made up. I'm native as well. When you're born in a place that makes you a native there. No, it fucking doesn't. Native means your homeland. The origin of your people. You're not a native to a place because you were born there. And that is really, really offensive phrase because that phrase and the whole claiming that it's magic blood otherwise and stuff.
Yeah.
That whole phrase was created because they used the term native to describe the people who were here first. Yeah. It's a way of erasing a racial group.
No, it's only native in the sense that I'm a native of Fort Worth, Texas. That's about, but we left when I was like 1. Okay, and it's just in the sense of that's where you're born. But beyond that,
46. Indians are pagan. Look, I realize that pagan has been adopted as something to mean certain types of religions, but it started as a very specific religion, and natives don't like it. We don't like it.
No.
We don't agree with it. We have differences with it. We are Earth Mother religions, but most of the tribes fucking hate the term pagan with a passion. That's like calling us heathens. Heathen is a specific religion from Greece heritage. It's not just anybody who's not Christian.
The term pagan has gone so far beyond the folk religions type thing. It's no, you're gonna
The
miss
tribes were technology-free cave people before white man saved them. Yeah, you're too stupid to function if you think that.
Yeah, okay. Just
we didn't have the same kind of technologies, but we had quite a bit of understanding of the earth and plants and wildlife and where to build and how to build and stuff like that. We were not cave people. We were not primitive savages. We just didn't have a desire to develop these technologies when we liked being in communication with nature.
The reason why things happen in different societies is the reason why you have the Industrial Revolution in England is because you got this tiny little island. You got to do something because the rest of the world, you've already pissed off everybody else for the past few hundred years. So if you don't develop technology, you're fucked. Otherwise in the world, no, they didn't need to develop it, okay?
Oh, Lord, here we are. Natives are just warmongers. Well, those Sioux were, but that's a whole other story. I mean, sorry, we were. We'll fuck you up if you try to fuck with us.
That was complaint I heard about dances with wolves and the fact that they made the Lakota seem like, and the Pawnee were victimized horribly by the Lakota.
Yes and no. That's complicated.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a little back and forth there.
It started the same kind of way that it did with the Cherokee. The Lakota had an intense code of honor and were quick to go to war with any tribe they felt violated it. In other words, the Pawnee, like the Cherokee, were one of the ones that made peace with the renegades. They hated anybody who was friendly with them because it was a very female-forward culture, and the renegades were rapists. It was, I can understand the hatred, but they let it consume them enough. They went to war multiple times over it. And it wasn't right, but I understand it.
Yeah.
So, if it's so bad on the reservations, why don't they just leave? Most of them have no idea where to go or how to get out because they're in places where there's no connection with the outside world.
Yeah.
You have families that need you. You have people you're trying to take care of and help survive. People are dying in the desert trying to hike out of the reservations to get to the city to get help. It's not like this isn't a thing. It's also, it's our only land we have left.
Yeah.
In an area where we're supposed to be the guardians of it. It's our culture, our religion, our very lives. We're not willing to give up what little we have left of upholding our culture. And the land is tied deeply to our culture. It's not a question of just move elsewhere.
Yeah.
And that's what they don't understand.
And plus, what are they moving to? We're not exactly setting up, in the white world, not exactly setting up a good example. Please come join it. Why? You people are idiots.
Oh, Lord. It wasn't genocide. It was just a war. No, it was genocide.
No,
it was specifically trying to kill off the women and children of a specific racial heritage to erase that race from history. That's the literal definition of genocide. Whether it started as misunderstandings and it started where the Mayflower came and the tribes in the Mayflower got along, and the Mayflower settlers were fine with the tribes. And then more Puritan ships arrived over the next few years, and they weren't so nice.
Yeah.
And they started problems. And some of the people from the Mayflower left with the tribes and went inland with them.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got Jamestown, and then you got all this other shit. And it was bad. But wars and fights may start. But when you cross the line to trying to erase a race or erase a tribe, that's genocide.
Yeah, the one bright spot is the fact it was also a federal government program and therefore didn't quite work. No. So even when they're trying to wipe people out, they still can't quite get it right. It's going to fuck up because it's a federal program. There's paperwork involved.
But the Indians attacked settlers as well. Well, first of all, yes.
Yeah.
Second of all, it was our homeland and you guys were invaders.
Mm-hmm.
That it's not comparable. Yeah. Does it mean it was right? No.
Not necessarily, yeah.
Does it mean there wasn't bigotry on both sides where both sides were judging each other as evil based on skin and differences of culture? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But to conflate the same stance comparing settlers wiping out tribes so they can take their land versus natives attacking settlers who suddenly appear on their land and in their treaty area building homes without their consent, there's a difference there that's actually pretty substantial.
It's kind of like my sister's house in the mountains. They built that thing. I actually helped them with a couple things, but there are bears up there. Bears were there first. If they wander on the yard, it's like, no, it's not invading. It's like, you're the one invading here, Sparky.
And that's why I haven't messed with the mountain lion at Mom's place.
No.
Unless it attacks me, I'm not going to because they were there first.
Mm-hmm.
Does it mean that I'm not going to defend myself if it attacks me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But it was there first. So, yeah. This is like the dumb bitch who moved to Rapid City a couple decades ago.
Mm-hmm.
She moves into the mountains. She chains her small dog up in the backyard overnight.
Mm-hmm.
And then tried to sue the city because a mountain lion ate it.
Yeah, it was an example of one of these little bird of prey exhibits at a Ren Fair. And they're showing off, the eagles and falcons, and the people talking about how eagles and stuff would come in and nab somebody's sheep. It's like, well, look at it from the eagle's perspective. You're spending your life out there trying to scrounge, for, like ground.
And then you look down and there's caged in prey.
And some stupid humans come in, clear that thing, put up a sheep. It's like, what are you going to do? This idiot just set up a buffet right on your doorstep. Hell yes, you're going to go down and take it.
I was looking at this going, you chained the dog up and your backyard is in the fucking mountains, not just in the middle of the city.
It's like
what the fuck did you expect to do?
You are not in Long Island. You are not on Long Island. This is the
mountain lion came over, looked over, saw the little animal, saw the animal couldn't run away, and went, "Ooh, look! Somebody tied my dinner down for me."
Oh, a snack. Yeah.
Thank you. That was so nice of you.
Yeah.
I mean, Fedorable said it best when I was talking about the tourists that try to mess with the bison. Oh, hell no, don't do that. Those are furry tanks who will fuck you up.
Oh, God.
And you know who I mean by Fedorable, I'm sure.
Yeah.
No, he described it as their furry tanks that will fuck you up.
Yep.
I actually really like his description of them.
It's like, newsflash, Yellowstone National Park is not a petting zoo.
Nor are the Black Hills.
No. These are wild animals. Those signs are saying don't feed the animals. They're fucking serious. Some video, some guy, a bunch of guys at a picnic table, and a bear was there at the thing. A bear's having a grand old time. And
so now
they're playing along until he gets tired and you're gonna take somebody's head off.
You have this one, which is you guys were the ones that were really violent. It's like, no, but if you come here, I can show you violence.
Yeah.
Bring it, bitch. I can show you how to be violent.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Only in the sense of that, a gun is, not as physically requiring as a tomahawk, but you got to put some effort into that. Where the gun just pull trigger. Yeah. If anything, we were lazy. Okay.
The liberal line. Wounded Knee wasn't about gun control.
Okay. Wasn't that kind of the stated purpose of why the 7th moved in? Because
They wouldn't give up their guns.
yes,
Yes. Or Wounded Knee was just a military action. It wasn't a massacre. It's like they were ripping babies out of women's arms, throwing them in the air, and seeing how many times they could shoot them before they hit the ground. That's a fucking massacre.
Yeah. Like I said, it was the 7th Cavalry's revenge for Little Bighorn. And as such,
and they didn't care which Indians it was. They didn't care if they were connected to it or not.
They were encouraged to have as much fun. Go ahead, boys. This is for General Custer. Boom.
This one, all I can say on air is the person who said this to me was actually a high up in a campaign of a successful president. They were not innocent women and children that were slaughtered at Wounded Knee.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. It's like,
yeah.
Steph!
Yeah.
I sat there and I looked at, and this is the same guy who, when I refused to endorse said candidate, sent me DMs telling me that he hopes the guy rapes me on national television.
Oh.
Yeah, charming guy.
Mm-hmm.
Really, really sweet person. And
do I want to know which
wonderful.
side?
R.
I was afraid of that.
Yeah. And yeah. People wonder why I hate both parties. I've got a lot of reason to hate both parties. Talking about my heritage to somebody, and somebody next to them goes, "You don't have to take handouts." Did I say I was taking any? Wait, no, I don't. I never have.
Boy.
It's like this instant assumption that if you say you're native, they assume you're taking government money.
Mm-hmm.
If you're Indian, then why are you in a city? To piss you off, fucker. I'm here to remind you that you're a dumb fuck. Clearly, I'm successful because you're saying dumb fuck shit.
Oh. They took the whole Indian nation, locked us on this reservation. That song actually has been covered so many times.
The only people harming people in IHS are other natives, because only natives work as doctors for the tribe. Yeah, this was claimed to me.
Oh boy.
P.S. The doctor that did all that shit to me that I talked about earlier was one of the blondest little Aryan-looking boys you'd ever meet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm.
The reservations are run by the tribes. The feds don't cause any issues there.
Yeah. Did you kind of miss the whole?
Or my favorite is the feds don't have any authority on the reses. Only the tribe does. It's like the states have no authority there. The feds overregulate us.
Yeah. It's all federal.
Senate, this list is not stuff that was said to me on Twitter. This is stuff that people have actually said to me in real life while I was involved in the political system. Most of the people who said this shit are people who actually have sway and power in the two political parties.
And many times think they're helping.
That's why this list is so frightening when you hear it, because this is the ignorance that's running the government system. Oh boy. I mean, I think we're getting the pretty good grip of the idiocy I've heard over the years, right?
Yeah.
The peace pipes were just marijuana. Marijuana wasn't used in most of them, actually. It was only a few South America tribes that had it.
Yeah.
They compare and they say patchouli and sweetgrass, and those were only in some of them too. And sweetgrass was literally just a sweet variety of grass that would burn smooth. It did nothing to you. It was just a prairie grass.
Yeah, it's nobody's getting high. No one's getting a buzz off of this.
And they use that all the time.
Except in the sense of you're depriving their brain of some oxygen. But,
It's okay, Senate. I'd rather mock them than worry about them. Idiots, unfortunately, still breed, though. That's the problem.
My eyes really look blue in this thing.
I've had people tell me that the tribe's burning sage is witchcraft.
That's a reach.
I had one woman tell me that I was lying about being Christian because I'm Native.
Yeah, I think I saw that when
I shared some stuff about it a while back. This is one that happened a long time ago. Yeah. She literally told me that I couldn't be both Native and Christian.
Like one has anything to do with the other.
And then there's the recent one who told me that because I'm Christian and Native, I'm an insult to my ancestors who'd be ashamed of me, and I have the blood of all Native kids who are put in boarding schools on my hand.
Yeah. Gee, does that mean I can claim some partial credit for Agincourt?
I don't know how these idiots even manage to get through the day without licking light sockets. They're so dumb.
Mm-hmm.
I could see these people going down, ooh, that looks fun. Let me stick my tongue in it.
Yeah.
Actually, Senate, every age, race, and political belief, some of these comments came from.
The state of our education system is just so appallingly bad at cases.
Do you know now that I found this out a while back when screenshots were captured, camera shots were captured of some of the educational stuff during the COVID lockdowns?
Mm-hmm.
That there's actually books in Common Core that have erased the Trail of Tears and are teaching it as the tribes willingly relocating themselves.
Oh, dear God. There's a certain center in Tahlequah, Oklahoma. I would encourage people to go down there. They'll get a real voluntary. Excuse me.
Christy Noam, fucking bitch over in South Dakota, literally tried to say that she had a right to shut down regulations, road laws, and cops on the res because the res has to obey her in the state.
Okay. Huh. Not quite.
To which the res said, fuck you, try it.
Mm-hmm.
Literally.
Yeah. I'm sure the attempt was rough. Not sorry, you have no authority here.
We're just like, you want to try it, bitch? Come on.
Yeah. I mean, going back to Thunderheart, it's kind of like why they had to send a Fed down there to investigate because the state had no authority.
So, This is the shit that makes me roll my eyes, laugh, or just get disgusted a lot of the time. But it's just crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
So when I say people are ignorant, look, some of those were like over glorified. It's like people try and portray us. Okay, yes, Bob Barker is vegan, and he's lived a long life, which isn't normal for vegans, anyways.
Yeah.
He is also Lakota. He was born in Rose, but that's not our culture. He doesn't say it's our culture. He says that was his personal choice.
Yeah. I mean, after a certain age, didn't grow up vegan either. Things like he had to cut back on the meat intake as it went totally vegan. And also, and
he's a big soft heart, and he is. He says it himself.
Although it was the animal right thing, you know.
But he's not a hypocrite about it. He's not out there trying to force it down other people's throats, and he's not an asshole.
No.
I can handle him. I can't handle some of the others.
Now, how he treated how he treated the models on The Price is Right, you know, different matter.
Some of that's conjecture, some of it's proven, but the stuff that's proven's pretty much just they were eye candy, and that's how he acted. He didn't do anything to them. He just didn't actually respect them.
Just a bit of a dickhead. Yeah.
But that was also the era.
Wow.
But I actually did find out watching old episodes of Match Game. They actually talked about it on one of them.
Yeah.
Who it was that actually pushed him to start being open about his heritage in the era when a lot of natives were being shut down if they came forward as native. Do you know who it was who pushed him to open up about it and actually defended him? Betty White. You got to give her that.
Yeah.
And yeah, she may have been one of the founding members of PETA. She also quit because she said that they lost sight of what she actually was standing for and they went psycho. She didn't support what they turned into.
No.
I had issues with some of the things she said and did, but I have to give her those credits, you know?
There we go. Kind of like when they're talking about, you know, some of the you can find old the original Match Game back in the 50s, and Gene Rayburn hosting that one too. But when they brought it back in the early season, it was like the new Match Game, and
early 70s is when they started that
early
version.
70s, yeah. Whoops, by the way. But you're talking about now, Gene Rayburn was not a host. He was just as nuts as the panelist too. He was a co-conspirator. You know?
Well, the show was not built on being a serious game show. It was based on being a comedy show with a game show mixed in.
Yeah. The original show was more of a serious game show, but it's just kind of, it was okay.
But you know what? The 70s
when they
show
brought in
was
celebrities,
gold.
when they brought in the celebrities and that version, it started getting a little picking up there, you know. But then they retooled the 70s, and it just was nuts.
It's like I can handle vegan, vegetarian people as long as they're respectful and they're not trying to force other people to join them. The doctor who diagnosed my anemic issues and figured out my inability to digest plant proteins is a known vegan activist. He's also the one who actually told me doctor's orders eat meat every day. You need it to stay alive.
Okay. So
he's not going to push his agenda over his patient's health.
Yeah.
And he tells patients which meat and animal products are more dangerous than others and which ones aren't processed as well.
Yeah.
But he doesn't try to force his patients to join him in his lifestyle.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that. In the end, that's his choice. And does that mean he's not an activist saying we should do this, we should change this in society? Yes, but he's not a terroristic activist like PETA.
Not an eco-terrorist,
Yeah.
Now, there's a few cases where, like circus elephants. That's where, I think they definitely, that's going to be good. But I think, frankly, elephants I think they qualify as sentient life forms, the way they react to certain things. Like, there's definitely a higher intelligence there that we have been abusing for too long. I think these are not just dumb animals. So why somebody want to get nuts and kill their traders because they finally had enough and snapped.
I do have a couple to add to this list. One was the one who just looks at you, and this one I've heard several people say over the years. It's say something in native, Like we all have the same language.
Okay.
The other one was one that happened on one of these streams, actually. When I interviewed, trying to remember what her screen name was now, Ruthie. Used to work with Geeks and Gamers for a while.
Okay.
It was Star Wars for Life or something like that.
Okay.
She's a sweetheart. And when I did an interview with her and I interviewed her, we were talking about our backgrounds and our cultural stuff and things.
Yeah.
And this woman in the chat started making very blatant anti-Native comments, everything from Native Americans are the most violent people to all this kind of shit. And like everything she said was some sort of really racist, dumbass thing that should have gone on this list, honestly, if I'd sat down and paid attention to it. Senate says he remembers her. I think he was in the chat that day. And at one point I got fed up and I started lecturing her from air and telling her that I don't care if you like us or not, you will shut up and respect my culture. As your instant response is, I respect your culture. I adopted a Mohawk boy. Mohawk Indians were a multi-theistic agrarian tribe in the Northeast. My tribe is warrior-based, monotheistic, plains tribe.
It's like you know the story Last of the Mohicans? That involved the Mohawks. And not many of them either. French Indian Wars. Way back. 1750s.
It's like, holy fuck, they're not the same, bitch.
No.
Okay, I respect your culture, Scotsman. I adopted a German boy. That's the same kind of stupid ass shit.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit, you dumb fuck bitch. You dumb fuck bitch. I mean, but I am going to need to wrap this up and close it down because I too need to get some sleep before I have to drive around.
We've crossed the 4-hour mark, so.
Yeah, we got into rambling, and I made Steph laugh many times.
Oh,
which,
yeah.
Love ya. Mwah.
Right.
So, especially after all the native stuff, I have to end the correct way. And then you wish day. Wonkin tonkin kichi un. Have a day, and may the great spirit bless you. Bye-bye.
Bye.